Thank you.
So welcome everyone to the. Here. All right, thank you. All right, this is Nottingham, New Hampshire Budget Committee meeting, January 11th, and this is the town hearing portion for the school budget. Thanks everyone for coming, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Flags in the back of the room. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, and then we'll do our introductions, both for yourselves and for folks watching at home and our note takers.
Sandra Jones.
Robert Kelly.
Charlotte Fife.
Megan Sabasco.
John Decker.
Michael Kelly.
Owen Friend Gray.
Brent Tweed. Thomas Butkevich.
Jeffrey Morrison. Stephen Welch.
All right. So tonight's meeting, the purpose, I'm sure everybody knows. So we're going to go over the school's proposed budget and warrant articles. The school also present their draft budget and their revenue sheets. The way we'll loosely manage the meeting is we'll let the school kind of give us a summary, present the budget to us. This is our first time seeing the final draft of the proposed budget. So we've been working back and forth for basically all fall. And so we're going to see it. We'll in turn read it back to you, kind of give a summary of additions and things that we may have or may not have changed in the budget. And then after we do the proposed budget, I think we'll leave a time for questions and comments. We have a bit to go through, but we want to respect your schedules if someone has childcare, needs to get home for whatever reason. So there'll be time for public comment. Then we will read through the warrant articles, and then again, have a second time for comment. And then we'll finish up the meeting with little odds and ends and stuff, so.
First, quick point of order, though, everybody, based on our agendas. Item number 4 is the approval of the meeting minutes from the last meeting. I'd like to entertain a motion to push that until next Thursdays, as we got those meeting minutes today, and I think public comment is more important. So I'd like
So
to
moved.
set the precedence.
So moved.
Do we even need a motion to do that?
Do we?
Yeah.
Is it just a consensus vote then?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a consensus vote to move it to the
Yes.
next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, just next today, so.
Yes, agreed. Thank you.
All right, so moving on to overview of the school budget. So I guess we'll hand it to you, Sue. If you could, and then, yeah, would you like to start?
I will give you just I'll frame it for you. And,
Sue, sorry to interrupt you. Could you move the mic in front of you? It was noted in our last meeting you were difficult to hear. Just because I think you were off to the side, so if you
Yeah.
wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Okay, so based on our meetings that we've held with you and the recommendations that you made the last time we met, last Thursday, the board met with the business administrator and the superintendent on Tuesday and walked through some of your suggestions and looked again at our budget, which is always a work in process, and we don't like to refer to them as cuts because we're building a budget right now, and it's really just adjusting, and it's just everyone trying to come together and share ideas. So tonight, you have in front of you the adjusted budget based on that meeting. You have the default budget, which was created by the business administrator and came back to the school board at least 3 times for review. It has had a quick legal review as well, and as you know, we take that seriously and we conform to statute on how that's created. So we will have that number for you tonight. You don't vote on it, but it's important as part of the hearing that the number is known to the voters. We
That's
have.
one, just for clarification, that's the default budget that we have in our notebooks from before.
Yes.
In the back.
In this packet, right? The adjusted one is in the packet.
Actually, the packet that I handed out today has the adjusted default budget.
Oh, I see, it's all together.
So there's budget, there's default budget, we have estimated revenues for you that the board also looked at, and you will also vote on those this evening. And we have estimated tax impact, so you can see it by warrant article, what the individual tax impact, and then an overall sheet for tax, estimated tax impact. And we have our warrant articles for you to review this evening. And then just a quick rundown of the results of our meeting. We were able to reduce the budget by $168,284. And, we got a different, okay, a little, just 168,534.91. And revenues were increased by 8,000. And so, based on suggestions and comments at our last meeting with you, and also ongoing conversations with administration also meeting amongst themselves and looking at what is best for the school, we looked at the interventionist role that was supported by grant, and we removed that from the budget. We reviewed the regular education paraprofessionals and how they're being utilized at this point, and removed one regular education para. It was noted that currently all the positions aren't filled, so it seemed like this was an area that would not be too much of a burden to remove. And we looked at the classroom textbooks. That's the other large item. And that was $24,000. And so we discussed that, and we're going to be looking for other sources to fund that. And we can elaborate on that if anyone has any concerns around that. We also looked at dues and memberships, and anywhere that there were some duplications, we removed. So we did remove a couple of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association memberships. Our superintendent, of course, will continue to have one. I believe we have another annual ticket for our business administrator. Yeah, and some were removed completely. So we think that those can be shared, and the information that's gained there can be brought back to the district and shared. So that's kind of the highlights of what we did. There were other, obviously, costs associated with that cascade down, FICA and so forth, that drove the number to what you have. So we're now at 4.16. We were at 5.3, I think, the last time we came in. And, someone mentioned to me today that last year there was a vote taken, up to 10%, which that never crosses our minds. That's not something that we're trying to do. We really have tried to keep it at that 4. So we just wanted to say that. So however you want to work with it, and
So I got a question. When you said 4.1, is that accounting for the revenues?
no, that's just the expenditures at 4.
That's everything. It's the
Is it?
second to last page. And then the very back.
This-
the back there.
So it's net of the
This
8,000?
is the net. That's your
Okay.
tax and taxes.
All right, I was looking at page 41.
Yes. Yeah.
Because page 41 ends with a 4.42.
And that would probably be just the expenses.
That would be
So,
the
yeah, so
proposed
this-
budget expenses,
This
yep.
reflection also takes into account for revenue, which is the total. That's why I was very particular last week when I said, this is what the expenses would get it down to. But with their revenue being included, and adjustments to revenue and adjustments to the expenses, it looks like tax impact is estimated at 4.16 for the proposed budget, not including the warrant.
Excellent. Well, that was a lot of work on everybody's behalf.
Yeah. And again, almost a full point reduction from our last meeting.
Yep.
And we thank you for your suggestions.
Thank you.
Just one, sorry, further clarification. You said the specialist was removed from the budget. Does that mean it was moved to a
We
warrant
had-
or removed fully?
We did not add it to a warrant article.
Okay.
I do, one quick question, please. Is there any open pair positions right now in the budget?
For regular education,
Yeah, that's fine, or both? Or is there more than just regular? I don't understand.
There's paras for regular and
Okay.
paras for special.
Okay.
We had a recent position just open, so that's posted.
Okay, so there's one open position in the budget right now for
Within the-
regular?
Within the past couple weeks, we have an open position.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, I guess what we'll do is we can read through, we go function by function, and then while I'll just read the bottom numbers function by function, and then if there's any, additions, subtractions, or changes that we'd like to speak on, either if the board would like to speak on them or yourselves, we can do that. Okay. All right, so it looks like general fund dash 01.
These are revenues.
I am in revenue.
Yep, so the front page, yeah, the first page is revenue, so that's why I didn't.
Yeah, why don't we knock off
Why don't we do
revenues?
revenues
and- Yeah.
We'll present revenues first. So general fund revenues. Fiscal year 2025-24, looking at $688,405.66. That's the difference?
Yep, so the.
Budget, where's the actual revenue line?
So, okay, so the FY '25 proposed budget is the proposed revenues for '25. The final column, '25, that's the difference from '24s to
Oh.
'25.
So I was thinking revenue, but that includes what's raised by taxation.
So, right, so
Okay.
what the, do you want?
No, I think I got it now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
page 1 has them listed by the source, and then you have the total at the
It's how,
back side of that,
Okay.
page 2.
yeah, the,
General fund, food service, and
So you
that's it.
added 8,000 someplace?
Yes, interest income had 10,000 added.
Nope, we had 5,000.
5,000, sorry, 5,000, I wrote 8 because I was.
Why don't you go ahead and, just go ahead and give them the revenue.
It was a total of $8,000.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
interest
okay.
income went up by $5,000.
210, so now we
Yeah,
have
to
10.
10,000 from 5,000. Indirect costs were 0, we added $1,000 to that. So that brings us to 6,000. And then the other 2,000 was in lunch sales. Instead of 63,000, we raised it to 65,000.
All right,
So that's a
so
total of 8,000.
Can we get line numbers? So
Sure.
It's on the very last page in your packet, and it shows the line numbers, the second to last page.
yeah,
It has the line numbers
if
listed.
you want the changes, yeah.
we were kind of, I was just trying to focus on page 1, but.
Yep.
Lunch sales is 043618.4302.
Yes.
And then what was the other line?
Interest income would be 0115104302. And then indirect costs would be 011990430201.
Direct costs. Okay.
I have a question about that local education tax line. Is that the when it says on our tax bill, school, state?
The statewide education property tax, that's what, yes.
Yeah. Is that also the adequacy grant one?
Adequacy is the adequate education grant, the one right above it on the line here.
Does that money come from that state school portion of our property taxes, or is that from other state income sources?
I believe that's other state income sources, but it's like hodgepodge of other stuff too. It's separate from
A
SWAC.
clown's pants.
Clown's pants. That's an interesting term.
No, that's,
All right, my apologies.
we talked
then.
about it earlier.
So, general fund, proposed revenue is $16,454,484.53. Food service, $211,956.67. Total proposed revenue, $16,666,441.20.
Is there a reason that our special education aid is projected to go down from 125,000 to 100,000?
We only collected like 97,000 last year. And if that's an educated rough estimate, there's no, not like adequacy aid or the SWAC aid, there's no exact number to that. Like when we get it, we get it the way you're wrong.
What's it based on?
Our student population of identified children,
Is it like a percentage?
what their needs are, and it's an estimate.
How much is it supposed to cover?
Are you asking how the state calculates it when they give it to us?
Is that 100,000 for special education aid, is that from the state or is that from the federal government?
It's from the state,
Okay.
I believe.
Is there federal special education aid?
If we get it, it's probably under that as well. but I think
IDEA is a federal.
Yeah.
That's a different
I
fund.
was gonna say, I think the special education
That's a whole
is better.
different fund.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
If it's ID, right?
Is there a reason that that's so low? Like, because I see on this page, I don't know if everybody has this. We have a page in here, and just for 6 students, it's almost $660,000.
Right, that's,
So I would wonder why we're getting so little in special
We might
education.
end up with more, but at this time, that's our estimated amount.
Is there anything that can be done to increase that amount?
no, it's the calculation that we provide the information and they provide the calculation. It's just like the adequacy funds. They have a calculation that determines based on the students what they believe is I don't think the intention is that they are paying for all of special education.
Yeah.
So I think it's just
There's new
Support.
proposed legislation, which I highly recommend that all of us speak to our legislators. Potentially, I can't remember if it's $24,000 or $27,000 potential per special education student, which would highly impact our budgets. If that legislation goes through, that would be fantastic for all.
Yeah, I
of
haven't
our
done the
towns.
math, but that's probably around what it would be if you divided it out.
This in addition to our adequacy aid per student.
Would the budget committee like to vote to accept the proposed budget revenues as they were just read?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, all in favor, of accepting the revenues as such?
Aye.
All right.
So for the record, motion made by Tom Bakivich, second by Owen Friend Gray, passed 11-0-0.
Now moving on to the proposed budget expenses. Find the first function line. Maybe all the 11, so
the regular
regular
total.
education total. So this is on page 6. Right at the top of the page where it says function regular education total. 2025 proposed budget, $9,183,947.72. And then I think Sue, you already mentioned there was a couple of changes in that.
Yes.
Okay.
So, if you wanted to talk about any of those highlights, it's $103,528.96 increase for that particular section, and that is the section where we did remove that one position at
The interventionist?
top. Yep.
And one paraeducator as well.
Was also from
General.
that section.
That's from the general education portion.
Okay.
And then
And
also,
is that the one that's currently posted, or is that a special ed one?
It's a current regular.
Okay, and that's not posted. The special ed one is posted. What did you say was posted?
a regular education one is posted.
So I assume you're gonna take that posting down?
No, this is for next year's
No.
budget. Currently, we have it in this year's budget.
Okay, so then.
They removed the one
And then-
already.
There are 4, I believe, that we're talking about here, and I believe at this point, there are still 2 open positions, so the one that is being advertised is still one of those.
And what was removed is one open position.
Yes.
Correct.
So there were 2.
So after analysis, we felt that that
Just
probably
recently,
wouldn't
though.
create too much.
Right.
And just to the committee, if you want to pull the last page of the packet he gave, it actually is the line-by-line changes that you can see. So it's on the back of the packet that was tabled. So it shows it may just be helpful with the line numbers and the changes since the last budget.
Okay.
For those of us up here who have a lot of paper in front of us.
Yeah, we're all trying to get acclimated to the packet, you're all just seeing it for the first time, so.
So, but yeah, this is the line by line. These are the
Yep.
changes since the last
Thank
Our
you,
last
Megan.
budget.
Last meeting, yes.
Fantastic. Very nice. Okay, so we'll go to our next function line then.
You requested for us to get it close to 4,000. These are where the 4%. These are where the the cuts, the changes came to get it to the 4%.
So next, the 1,200.
1200, looks like on page 10. Our next function code is on page 10, special education total, 2025 proposed budget, $2,569,554.68. Anything of note in this section?
Anything in this section that stands up?
No.
Since the last
Yeah,
meeting.
nothing on our little sheet here. so- Okay.
What's the enrollment breakdown, like the number of special education students?
Have that, I think, in our last packet. I think we have a total of, somewhere, 70, hold on here. Our last packet, I think we had that in our special education report.
Is this, those are out of district placements?
Yeah, that's what I thought. The town's gonna bring it in.
District, but thank you. Service.
It's page 14 of the packet.
Approximately 100 of that.
Okay, so the breakdown from our special education placement is reported to the board at our last regularly scheduled meeting. Preschool has 10 students. The elementary school has 57 with 4 active referrals. Cole Brown has 14 with 1 active referral. Dover High School has 13. We have a charter school that we are supporting a special ed student, 1. Other public high school, 0. Alt Ed, 0. We have 7 out-of-district placements for total special education students of 102 with 5 active referrals.
Sorry, with the 5 active referrals, do I
Pardon?
add that to get 107 total? or-
You don't know how that will turn out, so that's a process,
Okay.
but it could be somewhere between 102 and the 5.
So that'd be 25,000 each, so 27,000 would sound appropriate then.
Okay. Everyone good on special ed? Next function is Medicaid total, on the same page, $4,000. Next function is also on the same page. Co-curricular salaries total, $25,458.02. Next is on 11, athletic total, $45,533.98. Next is on page 12, summer school total, $17,047.70. Page 13, guidance department total, $249,243.50. Looking at the bottom of page 14, nurse health total, $122,424.14. I'm going too fast. If anybody has questions or comments, just sing out. On page 15, special contracted services total, $50,000, $127.16. Contracted eval total, just underneath, 0. Oh, there it is, thank you. Speech on page 16, total, $250,032.36. Bottom of 16, contracted OT and PT total, $117,876.16. On page 17, other physical and OT therapy services, $3,400. Bottom of 17, student service support, $82,209.68. On page 18, improvement of instruction total, $81,206.23. Bottom of 19, instruction and curriculum development total, $151,605.44. Middle of page 21, library and educational media total, $149,823.08. Did you say 22?
23.
23. Page 23, computer assisted instruction, $206,763.60. Page 24, school board services total, $39,247.56. The bottom of 24, district secretary clerk services, $2,960.38. Page 25, district treasury services total, $2,153. Same page, election services total, 0. Audit services total, $23,250. Legal services total, $31,000. Yeah. One says bottom of 29 is our next one. Yep, I think so. SAU expense on the bottom of page 29, $535,000, $369.13. On page 30, office of the superintendent, services total, 0.
That was just reclassed, because that's what we used to have to do with SAU 44.
Okay.
So that all is under that previous item of the superintendent's office, thank you, or SAU or whatever it was like, thank you.
Okay, page 33, about in the middle, principal's office total, $421,959.80.
Top of 34.
Thank you. Top of page 34, business financial service, $12,150.99. Oh, same page, middle 34 in the middle. School district bookkeeper, $42,758.69. Middle of page 35, supervising fiscal services, $166,543.65.
Or middle of 38, excuse me.
Page 38. In the middle, operation and maintenance of plant total, $686,730.05. Top of page, nope,
Also
nope.
38.
Another one on 38, care of ground services, $25,950. Quite a few on 39. Regular education transport, $734,662.80. Special education transport, $362,659.31. Athletic transportation total, $5,826.02. Field trip transportation total, $12,209.69. Homeless transportation total, $28,801. And function 5221, $10,000. Does transfer to food service general fund? You're just cleaning things up. Top of page 40, transfer to capital reserve, 52510. General fund, I don't need to read that, nope.
Next page.
And then, where we at? Food service total on page 41. $211,956.67. I guess I could read the general fund total. Sorry, I skipped on 40. General fund total, $16,454,484.53. And then food service total, which gives us a grand total proposed budget for fiscal year 2025, $16,666,441.21, or sorry, 20 cents. Okay.
That's correct.
So one of the things that we've asked that you take into consideration with this increase is that we do have that guaranteed maximum that came in quite high this year and has tracked statewide through most of your school districts. That's had a material effect on this budget that we
That
didn't
was-
experience last year.
That was the insurance, for people that
Yes.
weren't here, right? Insurance guaranteed maximum was around 13%, and that was a large, 13.1%, and that was a large driver.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, does the committee have anything they'd like to add to this?
I did just want to clarify that House Bill 1656 would increase the present special education grant from $2,100 per student, which is what we get now, to $27,000. Yeah, I think we need to talk to our legislators. That would make a huge difference in our taxes.
So how are they gonna get that money though?
Maybe decreasing,
Taxes for the legislature.
putting the business tax
Taxes.
back up a little bit, or tax for the wealthy
Meals
up
and
a little
rooms,
bit, just
maybe?
some ideas.
There's a lot of pots of money.
Lots of pots.
More lottery tickets?
Yeah, Keno,
So that
booze.
bottom line percent increase that shows on here with 4.42. So you're saying it's 4.1 when we factor in the revenues and everything, the amount to be raised by taxation. So how much over is it from being at 4?
How much is just the
0.1%,
expenses?
basically?
Just the expenses?
0.1.
How much would it have to be
Oh.
reduced to hit exactly 4?
Or, about $21,000.
Is the default budget under 4%?
The default budget is under 4.
Three,
Okay.
something.
Is it? I thought it was 4.
I thought it was
The
4
last
1.
one,
Did it get
so we
adjusted?
can look at it.
Yeah.
We removed a paragraph.
3.03.
Got it. Thank
If we
you.
remove a position.
And just so you know, the default budget does include the removal of the para position.
That
What
would
was that
explain why
number
they-
again that you said to get to a flat 4?
Cutting a position.
Estimating about 20,000.
Recommendation.
And the default doesn't have the math interventionist either, right?
Which would not have cut it.
The default is just essentially your current budget, and you add in your contractual obligations, although not all of them, and you deduct your one-time expenditures.
Isn't it plus 1%?
So that wasn't in the current budget, so it would not move forward.
Please note that there were some adjustments in the default budget, that we found some other things that need to be removed. So the default budget that you have in front of you is now 3.03, so significantly different from the last one that you saw.
There were a couple of one-time expenditures that moved forward that were removed. Mr. Kelly, did you want us to, just for the record, state the exact numbers on the default budget?
Yeah, should we,
Well, we can have a public comment on this first.
Okay,
and
all right.
We'll go over that after.
yeah. No, that's fine. So, however the meeting runs, well, it all has to be done. So, yeah, we will open the chair and the microphone for public comment. We just ask if you come up, you'll need to state your name and address, you need to be a resident of Nottingham, and then, I would just ask that you keep your comment limited to the prudent and acceptable use of public funds for the school. So if you have, something general about the budget, line items, if you have questions, please no character attacks, and really, we won't tolerate much. We can have back and forth conversation, but we're not going to get into disagreement. So I think that's all I have. But anyway, so if you like, as you like, first to the chair is first to go home. And Sue doesn't bite, so please let us know what you're thinking, what you'd like to see, questions that you may have.
Didn't expect to sit. We don't normally get that. I'm Christine Boston, 7 Shannon Drive. I come to you as a resident, a special educator of 2 decades, a special ed administrator, a graduate professor of special education law, more importantly, as a student who was identified for special education and received special education services. I appreciate the task of the board and the school administration in creating this budget that meets student needs and is also minding of the funding situation we have in New Hampshire and our state. I also appreciate the work of those members of the budget board who've put in good faith effort and time into addressing our legal, moral, and ethical obligations to our students and balancing that with the needs of the other department in the community. I've read the minutes from the meetings during this budget cycle. I've reviewed the proposed budget and the warrant articles. I want to ensure that everyone here and in the community fully understands the district's obligation under both IDEA, the federal reg, and under the New Hampshire rules for students with disabilities. If you need the citation for that, it's ED 1100. 20 USC Chapter 33 from Title 20 Education, Congress is clear about the purpose of educating students with disabilities. Disability is a natural part of the human experience. It in no way diminishes the right of individuals to participate in or contribute to society. Improving educational results for children with disabilities is an essential element of our national policy, ensuring equality of opportunity, full participation, independent living, and importantly, economic self-sufficiency when these students become adults. Before the enactment of the Education for All Handicapped Children Act of 1975, this is more commonly known as Public Law 94-142, the educational needs of millions of children with disabilities was not fully met, and I'm quoting from Title 20. This is because children were excluded entirely from the public school system and from being educated with their peers, and there was a lack of adequate resources within the public school system. I think many of us are old enough to remember the Laconia School. In the last meeting, it was recommended the district reduce its special education services to hire another special education teacher and remove paras to place students who are, and I'm quoting here, chair flippers that cause disruptions to classes. An inquiry was also made into the law or statute regarding the requirement of paras in the classroom. Least restrictive environment is part of the IDEA under subsection 1412 of the U.S. Code Title 20. It states that children with disabilities should be educated in general classes to the maximum extent appropriate. Further notes this provision includes supplementary aids and services such as paras, and that students cannot legally be removed from being educated with their peers unless the LEA, the district, can prove that even with supplementary aids and services, the disability is so severe that the general ed environment is no longer the student's least restrictive environment. Under IDEA and the New Hampshire rules, this can only be done by an IEP team. It cannot be done by a board, a single administrator, or any town entity. The IEP team makes that determination. IEPs are legally binding documents. I'm happy to provide an extensive list of cited case law that has continually upheld this provision, both of IDEA and New Hampshire rules across the 13 circuits. I've also reviewed your proposed budget. I respect the work and I trust the Nottingham School Administration and Board. They are charged with ensuring our students receive a free appropriate education at public expense as required by law. If I had suggestions for the budget, I would ask them to look at increases in staffing, mental health supports, professional development, and library funds. I understand why they have not put this forward, but I do not believe the budget as presented is enough to continue to provide what our students need. In closing, it does a disservice to the community and our students when our officials are unprepared and unfamiliar with the legal ramifications of their budget suggestions. I expect and believe the community expects to have officials working on our budget that understand the legal requirements of districts and have done their homework prior to making these recommendations. The use of pejoratives to describe students with exceptionalities is not only offensive, but irresponsible, and it does a disservice to our community and the 13% of our constituents, U.S. Census 2021, who have lived experience with a disability. I support the school budget as proposed by the district and the school board. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. I don't know what, I guess I'm not old enough. What is the Laconia School?
May I?
Absolutely, please do.
The Laconia School was a state school that was closed in 1992.
Actually, sorry,
That is
could you,
the-
if you would sit, that way we'll get you on the microphone.
Close enough to the mic.
Usually I'm loud enough. The Laconia School was a state-run institution for children with disabilities and adults with disabilities. New Hampshire was one of the last states to deinstitutionalize in 1992 when that building was closed. There are several documentaries about that school. If you Google the Laconia State School, you'll find it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
It's been very, very helpful, actually pointing out all the citations and stuff, because there are just, tens of thousands of laws at the federal and the state levels here, and it's very hard to be familiar with all of them, so.
I just have
Thank
a
you.
question. Do you think that last year's budget provided an adequate number, adequate
I don't
budget?
think that's an appropriate question for a resident. I think this is their time to tell us. We
She
should
seems like
ask-
she has a
it's
lot of expert knowledge, though.
Personal question. That's not
It's her
appropriate.
time.
In her personal opinion, I guess you could word it that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, in your opinion.
I'm going to limit my remarks to what I've just stated, but thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
I think we just do the default and then open it back up again.
Someone's coming.
No? Okay.
Hello, Linda Prashadny, 16 Camelot Court. So thank you. It was nice meeting all of you who run the school district. And thank you for everybody who's put effort into this budget. So when I think about from a taxpayer perspective, it's like, okay, does this make sense? And, from my perspective, yes, it does, but that's just my perspective. One question is regarding the preschool. So I think I saw in here that there's preschool in the school district. So is that a program that's run by the school or a contractor that you bring in to run it?
It's a program run by the school. We used to have a program that we shared with Stratford and Northwood when we were in a multi-district SAU, but the program is now at our school.
Okay. And do you know the cost of that program?
We have it in the budget here, the separate, do we have a separate line? No. We have a sense of that. We have one preschool teacher, we have a part-time preschool aide.
We can take a minute and look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably within the, I don't think it's in separate lines of those.
They're not,
That-
they're
that-
in the 1200 section, they're not broken out by preschool.
Because there's other, so we're required to provide the preschool service for students with special education. So it's not just a public preschool, it's a preschool that's required. Once
State.
students hit the age of 3, they, if they receive special education services, the school district provides those services.
Okay.
And they have to do outreach called Child Find to ensure that they're, letting people know that those services are available.
Excellent. So it's not, it's just special education students that are in the preschool?
There's a mix
or
of
it's
students so that,
expand-
so there can be peers in the classroom as well.
Okay,
And the peers in the classroom pay tuition to be in that program.
okay. So do we know the cost of the program and then also the revenue that you generate from the peers who are paying tuition?
The cost of the revenue is kind of mixed in with the 1,200, but I can tell you the salary wise, it's about 130, just under 138,000 for 2 staff members with benefits. And then the revenue is probably around 20, I think it was roughly 20,000. What it is just for the ones that pay, not the ones that are tuition.
Okay.
Sorry, just so we can get that on the microphone, you said that the revenue was approximate, and it's just approximate numbers, approximately $20,000 was the revenue?
Yes,
And then what was for the 2 teachers? What was-
just under 138,000 salary and benefits.
Okay, approximately 138,000 salary and benefits for the 2 preschool teachers.
That's
One
one
teacher.
teacher.
One
Certified
teacher.
teacher
One
and
and
one
one
para.
aide.
Paraprofessional.
1 teacher and 1 para.
Yes.
That revenue, is that the tuition from parents line?
That and out-of-district students, that come with that, pay to come here because we're staff members.
I think it's important to note that the identified children, because it's developmental preschool, that those identified children that we provide services for, that is IEP driven. Those are identified students that we provide services for in a proactive manner prior to them entering school, and that is required by law.
One of the big benefits, the change over to our own district and, having an SAU providing those administrative services directly, we're just more like one single school district, and now these students are coming through and being exposed to our school, our teachers, and it's helpful for them as they transition in. So it has been, I think, a benefit to our students for that preschool.
And we do
Okay.
have a waiting list.
Okay.
Several more children who would like to attend if we had space.
Excellent, excellent. So I'm just trying to figure out if the taxpayers are subsidizing the non-required students to attend your preschool. And it sounds like they are.
Yeah, they said that they could charge more, I think, that they're well below market rate.
Right.
So,
For example, how much is the tuition for an individual who's not one of the identified that you're required to provide the education for?
Yeah, I don't think we isolate the costs in that manner.
Okay, so
But it is in our general budget, so, there's funds being raised and appropriated for the preschool portion as well.
Right, I just think the taxpayers need to realize that they're subsidizing this cost for the young individuals who are the like peers or whatever the right terminology is. I'm not good with terminology sometimes. So I just want to be aware of that, because like, for example, my daughter sends her daughter to preschool in a private preschool, because her school doesn't have this type of setup, and it's $600 a month, so $150 a week. So I'm just looking to see in in the states that I'm familiar with, and the friends that I have who have grandchildren or children, they pay for their own preschool. So I'm just looking to see if we're subsidizing, and it sounds like we are. That's unusual to me.
I think I look at it a little bit different way in that the community friends, the peers that are there, are actually part of the IEP in the preschoolers who have special needs being in the least restrictive environment.
correct, I was gonna,
It's a model.
Yes.
That incorporates,
I understand your confusion. I think a lot of people, they hear preschool and think, oh, I'm going to sign my child up. But the real intention of these preschools are to serve kids who are referred from EI or from Child Find. It's really for special needs students. And the additional peers are put in there so that they're in the least restrictive environment, which is the law.
Because otherwise we would have children.
Sure.
But just for,
Is there a reason that the parents of the non-required students couldn't pay more.
We could raise the cost.
At one of
So
our
it
recent-
minimizes the
yeah.
expense to the taxpayers.
At one of our recent meetings, we did discuss that a bit, and we're going to do some, our special education team is doing some research into costs that are being
Sure.
assessed in other districts. We can look at our revenue to see if.
Is this the first year?
A fair question to ask, what is charge for a non-identified child?
I think it's important to note that the preschool is half-day and not every child comes every single day. Some students come one day, some children come
It's
two
different.
days.
It's different per student because not everyone comes the same amount of days.
Right,
So it's not a set.
Which is the
break
same
down
as
days
my
then?
daughter's
Yeah, like a
granddaughter,
cost per
granddaughter's
day
school.
Right.
or half day or whatever. I mean, we must have.
We have
some kind
there's
of-
a number for what the, yeah, how do you bill?
How many students are paying to be in preschool?
I think
it's about 50/50.
there's 27 students.
Total?
So less than $1,000 a year?
But
Because he said it was 20,000 in revenue.
But not all students pay because some of them.
Sorry, when you said 27, is that the number in preschool or the number that are paying to be in preschool?
27 students, and 10 of them are special education.
only 17,
Let me find enrollment. I've got the special ed numbers, but not the.
So that'd be about $1,200 per year.
So,
For
and also,
part-time, yeah.
just as a reminder, the teacher, that you're taking the salary of the teacher as the cost of the program, and that salary of the teacher remains the same regardless of if there are students from the community in that program or not. So the cost of the program remains the same. The process of having students, again, providing a least restrictive environment for the special education students is really the model of the program, and that's what we're providing for our special education students. So since we're paying for the teacher to be there to educate the special education students, those additional students coming in are actually additional revenue offsetting the cost. So if you can look at it that way, you're actually subsidizing
off, yeah.
having that program, right? So the people paying, so are offsetting the cost of the
Right.
teacher in that program, because it's the same teacher teaching the full
But you
classroom
would
of
have to have
students.
that teacher.
So that teacher would have
For
to
the
be there
10
anyway for
students.
the special education
Right.
students. So if there were 4 or 7 paying students, that teacher remains the same, so the program.
I agree that.
I agree with that. That makes
perfect
sense.
The other piece of that is, we do have a waiting list, so
Right.
it would
Yeah.
make sense.
To
be
review it.
able To review it and potentially charge a little more, you know, and I'm not saying that it has to be the $650 a week or whatever you said it was, but.
600 a month.
And the school board has requested to look at that recently at our
At a
meeting.
recent meeting, we asked. So,
Okay.
and just in general, we've got an enrollment report here. So as of December 1st, it was 26. Superintendent just advised that we're up 1, so we're at 27, 10 of whom are identified at this point.
Sure.
So
So is that a New Hampshire law that's required, or is that a federal law?
It's a federal law.
That's, yeah.
Oh, that's
At
interesting.
age 3 to 22.
Because I haven't heard of
Special
any
education.
others, from all my friends and their
No.
grandchildren, I haven't heard of any other school in any other state that does that.
Oh.
Yep,
they
it's
all do.
required.
Yes.
It's a national.
They
yes.
just may not be aware, but yeah, also.
Yeah, Mass does. My nephew's autistic, so they have
That's
it.
interesting. Okay, well, thank you for that information. Okay, and I think one other question. Homeless transportation, what is that? I've just never heard of that before.
Under McKinney-Vento, children that are deemed homeless.
Sorry, can we slide the microphone? You guys have to share the microphone just so we
Yeah.
can get it on.
So the note taker can get it really on.
Under McKinney-Vento,
It's a
Ron
federal law.
Hasbrook, Superintendent. Under federal law, McKinney-Vento, children who are deemed homeless, we have to provide transportation to them to their district. So if they're homeless, if their home was in Exeter, they're now homeless and they're staying with a family, staying with you as their grandmother temporarily, we need to provide transportation to them to Exeter. And so some, back to their home school, yes.
Okay.
Well, I shouldn't do homeschool, but yes.
Yes.
And some years we don't have some, and some years we do, so it's based off actuals. So, you're welcome.
So that was like 28,000 this year or something like that?
I believe that number's accurate.
Is there, so I think I asked this before, is there a way that you can just use that 28,000? Can you give that to the family to help them out with rent or whatever?
You did ask me this question. We use it, I can't divulge confidential information, but we use it however we need to best provide the appropriate education to the student. And there's several different ways that we use it. This one's, the line you're seeing is transportation. There's other ways under McKinney-Vento. It could be clothing, it could be eyeglasses, it could be tutoring. There's several different needs that could be deemed appropriate under McKinney-Vento.
Right, because when you
This is the
talk about
transportation line.
$30,000 to drive back and forth from different towns, it might make more sense just to pay somebody.
Sometimes we do.
Okay.
Sometimes families can't. But yes, there's several different means in which we provide transportation.
Now, are there similar things with the special ed students, the ones in here that were like $155,000 for tuition? Are there similar things with those where like you can pay a parent so they don't have to work so that they can take care of their child?
Their homeless child?
You just heard, I mean, this is a totally different topic, but you just heard that there are laws and they're IEP driven.
Right, that's what I'm
So
asking
they
you,
need a
if you know
free
the
and
laws.
appropriate public education. So that is not, a parent might not meet the IEP needs to keep their child at home to educate them. But that sounds like a homeschooled opportunity that you're speaking of.
Yes.
I'm sorry, guys, I don't think I'm gonna hop in. I just want to keep this open for public comment and then,
Thank you.
And one last question. How often do you shop your insurance? Because you mentioned that it went up 13.1%. Do you shop it every year? Do you shop it every once in a while, or do you never shop it because it's not allowed to be shopped by your school?
No, it
By the
is
state.
allowed to be shopped, and we have looked at fairly recently, and I think we will be looking at it again.
Districts?
But we have it's a consortium right now, and it is typically pretty competitive, what we get for rates.
Excellent. Districts throughout the state are under insurance shock and pressuring our providers. We are about average compared to some districts that are up to 20, 21% GMR increases. So there's a lot of pressure in our association. Help us, please. So, we're shopping.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Mike, since they're doing a whole lot more talking, can we shift Steve's microphone over to that table?
Absolutely.
Have them share that one?
Thank you.
Good call, Brad.
Good idea.
Gotta shift that one down though, probably.
Thanks for that suggestion, Trey. That was a good suggestion.
Steve talks so much, though.
he's loud enough too, so they'll get picked up.
Anybody else?
Anybody else?
We've got the microphones all set and everything.
Close public comment in regards to the proposed budget. And we'll go to default budget presentation. So after the proposed budget in our packets, looks like it goes to page 41, flip one page, and then it's default budget revenues. 1 minute to get there?
It's on page one.
Page one.
Page one.
That's on the back.
Oh, on the back of the budget.
Yeah, on the back of 41. It's page one.
That's a bummer.
Isn't going up behind us.
Saved a tree.
Okay, so default budget revenues. General fund revenues for the default budget fiscal year 2025, $16,322,219.90. Food service revenues for 2025, $194,952.16. Grand total default budget revenue, $16,517,172.06.
So all the revenue estimates that had changed in they're the same in this.
Yes, all the revenues, estimates should be the same except for the appropriations. Those should be the only different numbers compared to proposed and the default budget.
Any questions or
How did it become 3%?
expenses.
And so that,
So the,
This is
not
not
expenses,
expenses, this is revenues.
so in the-
oh, these are, okay, all right.
all right, shall we move to accept the,
Why are the revenues different?
Because they have to appropriate more money, or less money.
So these revenues, what would need to be raised from appropriations, so it balances the total bottom number line of the budget. So if you cut this out, these numbers would be different. The bottom line would be the same as both of them, but adding the appropriations adjusts. Does that make sense?
So the actual default budget expenses are 16,517,172. And there is a little difference in the revenues.
The appropriation part, yes.
Right, the rest of the revenues, if we saw both revenues without appropriations, they'd be exactly the same.
Mirror images.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's the one.
That's the answer I was looking for.
I was trying to get there,
Looking
sorry.
for revenues again.
Yep, same revenues. Default.
That's the one I thought we were looking at.
shall we, accept the default budget
Yeah,
revenue?
It's the same revenue.
Same
so we
revenue.
don't have
We don't have to,
We already accepted.
already accepted, okay. Default budget expenses.
Page 22.
Page 22, is there?
You just need the bottom line. Total.
Okay, so bottom line, page 22. The default budget expense fiscal year 2025, $16,517,172.06. 3.48% increase. That is,
That it just follows the statute. It's the appropriations from last year minus any of the one-time expenditures. It just follows the prescribed
formula.
formula for developing.
So that includes the increases for the insurance, the salary, so it includes the increases that are contractual and decreases for one-time. Just some of it.
And some increases for salary are not in there. They're only in there by the, others are not included. So there's a few little nuances like that.
Is there a motion? Default budget.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Sandra Jones, seconded by Thomas Bekevich. All in favor of accepting the default budget as such?
Aye.
10-0. Bob, unfortunately, he got called into work, so he was planning on staying all night. But the planes can't fly if he's not there. So.
That's right. Who made that motion in second? I'm just trying to get on my notes.
Sandra and Tom.
Okay.
Second by Tom.
Seconded by
Okay.
Tom.
Thank
Accepted.
you.
10-0.
We can,
Okay.
just to make sure there's nothing but.
Yeah. Just so we don't have to have another budget hearing, is there any public comment on the default budget?
I'm still Christine Boston, and I still live at 7 Shannon Drive.
Have to do it every time.
No, I totally get it. Does the default budget include any increases in the actual cost of special education for new students, new placements, new needs?
The ones that are mandated or they have IEP driven, yes.
Okay.
That's
Does it
also
inc-
partially covered by, we have a fund for special education move-ins.
Yep. Does it cover, is there any buffer there for new students moving in or students who are newly identified? You have 5 that are currently in the pipeline.
We have a special education capital reserve fund. That would be how we'd have to use it.
Okay. And does it account for any decrease in special education aid? Because you only receive that special education aid for spending 3.5 times over the average cost per pupil, and it's only reimbursed, I think 2023 was 80%. We don't have the number for 2024. So if there's a decrease in that, is that accounted for?
It is not.
By law, it just has to be.
Yep.
Just have to find it, right?
We have 173,000 in that special ed fund.
Which would cover perhaps one identified student or one student put in placement. So the default budget of 3.03 is extremely risky in regards to special education. I think what she's pointing out, extremely risky in regards to special education with 5 students potentially being identified. Because what we do have in special education default would not fund those 5 students.
And what was that formula? It was 80% of everything over 5 times? 3.5?
3.5 times, which is around $19,000, but that was 2023. Your 24 number will come out May or June. You're in a biennium, so it may stay similar.
That's why we have to estimate.
And that's 80% of what's over 3.5%.
That's 3.5.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on the default budget?
Okay. We'll move on to warrant articles. They're also in our packet. In the back.
Split my packet, myself in trouble. Want to alternate again?
Yes, please.
Yep. I'll start, I'll give you a break.
All right, thanks.
So through this portion, Mike and I will alternate reading the different articles, and then we will open up for a public comment after all of the articles have been read and entered into the record. So, to the inhabitants of the school district of the town of Nottingham, qualified to vote in district affairs, first session of the annual meeting deliberative. You are hereby notified to meet at the Nottingham School, 245 Stage Road in Nottingham, New Hampshire, on Wednesday, the 7th of February, 2024, at 6 p.m. This session shall consist of explanation, discussion, and debate of warrant articles 1 to 6. Warrant articles may be amended, subject to the following limitations. A, warrant articles whose wording is prescribed by law shall not be amended. B, warrant articles that are amended shall be placed on the official ballot for final vote on the main motion as amended. And C, no warrant article shall be amended to eliminate the subject matter of the article. Second session of the annual meeting, voting. Further, you are hereby notified to meet at the Nottingham School, 245 Stage Road in Nottingham, New Hampshire, on Tuesday, the 12th day of March, 2024, to vote by official ballot on Articles 1 to 6 as amended. Polls open at 7 a.m. and remain open continually until 7 p.m. to act upon the following articles. Article 1, to choose the following school district officers. A, school board member, term of 3 years. B, school board member, term of 3 years.
Article number 2, shall the Nottingham School District raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget proposed within the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein totaling $16,666,441. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $516,172, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the Nottingham School Board or by law for the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with 40:10 and 16, take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Majority vote required. Operating budget warrant does not include appropriations contained in any other warrant articles. The school board has not voted. The estimated tax impact, if this article passes, is $15.48 per thousand. The estimated tax impact, if this article does not pass, is $15.31 per thousand.
Article 3, to see if the Nottingham School District will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the Building Repair Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Current balance on 12/31/23 is $266,648.30. Majority vote required. The school board and the budget committee have not yet voted on this article. The estimated tax impact, if this article passes, is 6 cents per 1,000. The tax impact, if this article does not pass, is $0.00 per 1,000.
Article number 4, to see if Nottingham School District will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of up to $25,000 to be added to the textbook capital reserve fund previously established. This sum is to come from the June 30, 2024 unassigned fund balance available on July 1st, 2024. No additional amount to be raised by taxation. Current balance on 12/31/23 is $11,925.96. Majority vote required. The school board and budget committee have not recommended, we have not voted whether or not we recommend, and there's no additional tax impact if this article passes.
Article number 5, to see if the Nottingham School District will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of up to $25,000 to be added to the Special Education Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This sum is to come from the June 30th, 2024 unassigned fund balance available for transfer on July 1st, 2024. No additional amount to be raised by taxation. Balance on 12/31, $173,394.88. Majority vote required. School board and budget committee have yet to vote on this appropriation, and there is no additional tax impact if this article passes.
Article number 6, to see if the Nottingham School District will vote to establish a capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1-C to be known as the Tuition Capital Reserve Fund for the purpose of unanticipated student tuition costs, and further raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 to be placed in the fund, with such amount to be funded from the June 30th, 2024 year-end unassigned fund balance available for transfer on July 1st, 2024, and further to appoint the school board as agents to expend from the fund. The school board and budget committee have not voted on this article. There's no additional tax impact if this article passes.
And the rest is notarizations and formalities.
And please note on Article 3 that it's slightly different language, and it is not coming from unassigned fund balance.
It did last year though, right?
Yeah,
That's what I was.
so this would now just be being raised and appropriated. And given the fact that the building has been experiencing some issues, it would be prudent, we believe, to ensure that we feed that capital reserve fund.
And then Article 6, so that would be coming from the unassigned fund balance? And I assume you guys had this worded reviewed because
Yes,
it
went through legal.
doesn't say, it just, well, basically it doesn't say,
This one is different, John, because it's wording to establish it for the first time where the.
No, I know. I understand that part. But it was just a couple of words that I thought.
It was reviewed by legal. I gave it a stab and then they tweaked it.
I actually checked what we had done in the past, and I have a picture of that to see if it's, yeah.
I guess it's the up to words that, oh, it does say up to.
Up to is if there's that much left. If there's only
Right.
10,000 at the in fund balance, then only $10,000.
That's what you're looking for?
I missed
Yeah.
it, yeah, it was the up to that I was missing.
Can I ask a clarification question? Sorry. Regarding the building capital reserve fund. So the current of 266, 648.37, that's as of 12/31. Does that include all the withdrawals that will be made from that fund?
No, because that's as of December 31st.
So what will be withdrawn from that fund?
Just under $138,000.
That's
We
the,
have-
so that's what I was going to.
It's based on when the amount was done. So if that transaction actually hasn't happened yet, so if that happens before the deliberative session, this can be updated. I
So
believe.
last year, we had that parentheses, and said what the current balance was, but this much will be
I know what you're
removed
talking
from
about.
it. Just to give a sense that there will not be $266,000. There was wording in last year's warrant that
There
did
was,
state
yes.
that there was an intention to remove the funds for paying for the roof. And so this is a little different because that was,
It was a different situation.
it was a different
Because we were
situation.
expending, yeah.
So, but
But
I
it does
think
make
it
it
is a
more
big
clear,
difference
yeah.
that almost 140,000 will be removed from that fund. So it would not be adding 50,000 on top of 266. It would
Right.
be adding 50,000 on top of a much smaller number.
I mean, aren't there amounts of money that are gonna be removed from each of these funds?
No, the other ones
Like
were not.
textbooks and stuff?
The textbook is the current because those have already cleared because textbooks were purchased
A while ago.
earlier than the roof funding had gone through.
So maybe it would be important to distinguish that these are services already rendered and funds fully encumbered, or something to that
I
effect.
think the wording from last year will actually fix that nicely because we'll show what the balance is as of that time with those subtractions.
I think we said an estimated balance would be, or some sort of language around that.
Because interest, I mean, these changed from last month because interest was added.
Right,
always
so there is a
changing.
little bit of
Right.
interest
I think estimating is
increased,
a
but
very key word.
an estimated after the withdrawal, if possible, I think would be more clear for the warrant, if that's able to be
Possible, I
done.
think that's
Or does it have to be as of
more accurate.
12/31?
I don't think it
It's
has to
already
be
been
added at
encumbered.
12/31, it's just
Hasn't the
when the balances
141
were,
already been taken
were
out?
as of
It has-
12/31.
No, has that been, so there was some funds that were added to that, correct?
So
From
you-
fund balance? Some funds from fund balance were added in,
Yes.
There were some,
Yes.
and that's in this dollar amount?
talking about the textbook.
No, she's talking about
Just want to
in warrant
clarify with
Article
the
3,
capital reserve.
the fund balance, we were able to fund just one.
Partially fund just.
In
one.
Article 3, we were able to partially fund just
Yeah,
one.
I
So
understand
that
the
was
question,
that
I'm just trying to
one.
remember if there's been something to show to reflect that.
I don't think it has yet.
I can't remember if we've written the check now, or if we sent it some, I'll have to double check that.
It's usually after the audit.
Right, the audit hasn't been completed yet, so.
So that would have an addition plus a subtraction, so this number is not quite clear.
I think when we write everything up, we can note that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think just some notes on it to be more clear of what the estimated balance would be helpful to the voters.
Do you have a goal for what you'd like that balance to be so that you have enough money in it in case unanticipated repairs and maintenance come up?
We're actually just talking about that at the school board meeting the other day. And we're working on a goal so we can see, we're doing a projection to see what we want it to be, so that way we can do a proper number every year.
Because I know last year we asked for 140, you're only asking for 50. I'm just concerned, I know we had the unanticipated boiler repairs, we had the roof repair. Just think something like this, we want to make sure we have enough money in there for.
Yeah, so we did, Chris Sterndale and I used to share a spreadsheet that kind of rolled things forward and took the ins and outs into consideration. It was missing some of its links and everything, but I sent it over to Bill. So he's using that now, and some estimates were put into it, so we were trying to make sure that we're covering our CIP. And then, of course, we'll have those, hopefully not any more surprises, but I think we still have some that we're reviewing as we speak.
This building fund get, money put into it with that unanticipated adequacy aid that was accepted? No? Where did
The
that
only way
go?
The 186,310 went into the budget itself. You
It
can
was
only
used
put-
for a lot of building repair type stuff, right? No?
Hold on.
There was, yes, some of
Cyber?
that funds was put
Some
into
of it
the
we
line
did.
to cover the cost because the boiler was not funded out of this capital reserve fund.
So we had to
The
make it
boiler, this fund,
unanticipated.
right, this fund is typically used for projects that are on the CIP. That's what we're typically using that for, the roof replacements, those things that are planned out. So that's why we plan dollar amounts to have enough to cover when the
You didn't
planned.
plan on the blower
We
going up?
did not plan on the, that wasn't even in a 6-year CIP plan, so, so that was more of an emergency type of fix.
And I think that 140 last year, that was knowing that the roof needed to be replaced.
So the, right, there was, the 140 was, that was the cost for the roof, and so the request on the previous was to kind of refund what was being removed from the fund, and that was not fully funded because there was not $140,000 in fund balance. So last year's warrant was not fully.
Yeah, so out of that 186,310, we put 106,310 into a budget, our current budget line for building, and 50 for tech, and 30 for curriculum.
Curriculum, not textbooks, or is that?
Well, it was, yeah.
For various curriculum
Yeah,
needs,
because
including
we had a
textbooks.
shortfall in funding for textbooks.
Right, these textbooks, the ones that we're talking about, that we buy out of the textbook capital reserve fund, these are they're not what we would think of, as old people would think of as textbooks. They're more online programs with lesson plans and stuff, right?
Workbooks, consumables.
Right. So, I mean, that kind of provides a lot of curriculum stuff, and that's why we put it in a curriculum line as well as textbooks type thing.
And from the time we had budgeted till the time we actually purchased it, there was a shortfall because of an increase in the cost of the textbooks.
And so is it kind of like that across all the grades and the classes now, where the textbooks are kind of these programs that come with curriculum and lesson plans and stuff?
Well, it's not necessarily that they're lesson plans, it's the teacher's guides.
Yeah.
But they do have lesson plans within them. They always have.
It gives you everything you need to run the classes and stuff, right?
Yeah, and you can refer to some online resources.
I don't know about everything
Yeah.
you need,
Maybe
but
not
yeah.
behavior management, but.
So, I mean, my question is, since we've moved from just buying textbooks and now we're getting these, things that only last a few years and then they expire, but they do come with all the lesson plans and curriculum type stuff like that, why do we need to continue to have a curriculum director?
You asked that question at the last meeting. We're actually
Yeah.
voting on the warrant articles right now.
We're not voting on anything right now.
Yeah.
We're looking at the
discussing.
warrant articles.
Yeah.
Excuse me, you're correct. You asked that question at the last meeting.
Yeah, it flows from this textbook stuff.
So
Because it
Tom,
sounds
just-
like they do a lot of stuff that the textbook people do.
Just a clarification, are you looking for more information? Because this sounds like it might be.
Yeah,
something for
actually, I
the
really
board.
just wanted to know the actual director, the curriculum director cost, because the one that was listed in the documents we
Oh,
got
need
last
to be
week was
corrected.
totally wrong.
Oh, that was a 200-something thousand, yeah.
You see why it stood out to me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but not, yeah. no.
And then,
I did fix it, hold on.
so we'll get this and then we'll move on and then.
Or
and
we
then
can, he can provide that when he finds it. We
Your
can move
comment might
on.
be better for the board for us to discuss as we move through the budget. And then-
Actually, I got it right here.
Oh, good.
Okay, go ahead.
It's 100 total salary and benefits, $147,766.44.
So for the capital reserve fund for the textbooks, last year, we're asking 15, this time 25. Are you expecting that you're now gonna be asking 25 per year? Has costs gone up, or, what's the reason for the 10,000 increase for this year?
So we had our estimate, we had that little spreadsheet that we're rolling through, and we're on a cycle with each of our, social studies, ELA, math, and so we're just trying to anticipate when we're going to need that. So the amounts this year will,
was 40. 15 from last year didn't go in.
And that's the other thing, that we really should note for the whole tax piece, and then also specifically our reserve funds. Many of them didn't get funded last year because we only had $80,000 left in the budget. So we missed funding some of them. So,
Which I think goes back to, like, I think we should try these capital reserve funds fund through taxation, because ultimately it's getting funded through taxation from the unassigned fund balance, and just make sure these reserve funds.
we took that into
get funded.
consideration.
Yeah, I did see that
Yeah.
for I think the building reserve fund, you did fund that way.
That would make sense too, because then you could actually put the real cost per $1,000 on here, you know?
Right,
Well, there
because
isn't.
theoretically, there's.
Well, no, but if you paid for it through, if you appropriated it through taxation and didn't use it, then it would actually show the
There would be
the
an
true cost per
additional
thousand.
cost.
Yeah,
than
exactly.
what's on the-
But it wouldn't change what taxpayers pay ultimately, but it would at
Yes,
least
it
allow.
would.
Well, no,
It would. 'Cause if
not
you
year
raised
after
an-
year after year.
If
It's,
you raise and appropriate in addition to the budget,
yeah.
It's gonna go
right,
up.
then.
But if you don't take it out of the unassigned fund balance, it goes back to the
Right,
general
but
fund.
sometimes there's money left because we're short a bus, and so if you're not short a bus in a year, then there's not the unassigned fund balance.
I think
Those
to
are the
Tom's
questions, yeah.
point is we've had this conversation, it's timing. So at one point, there isn't a tax impact, but to your point, if it had gone back.
Tax
then
impact already
The
happened.
timing
Right.
would,
It's a-
It would be
there would be
returned.
something.
Right, so
Be returned.
I mean, I think if you fund these through the unassigned fund balance in your regular budget, you gotta put a little bit of fluff in there to make sure you have some left over. Whereas if you just make sure they get funded, fund them by taxation through the warrant articles.
And then you
And
don't.
then you can be, like I said, a little more stringent with the budget, and then we make sure the capital reserve funds get funded and don't run into the issue where they didn't get funded
Right.
because you didn't have enough money, so.
Because the better we do our job, the less unassigned fund balance there is at the end of the year.
That's an absolute concern. Like, this
But I think
budget,
we're getting off, I'm just
it
concerned
was,
we're getting off.
it's tied to the warrants. This budget
Which
is,
warrant?
to the warrants that we are currently looking at. This budget is so tight that I am very concerned that there won't be money to fund the warrants that you have here. There won't be unassigned fund balance to fund them again this year.
Well, you wrote them, so you could change them still, right? Or no?
To
It's
put
the
them into
board's warrant articles.
So I got another question about the textbook stuff. On the next page after the warrant article where you have the changes, I noticed that one of the things that changed was, it's about 4/5 of the way down there, classroom textbooks. It went from $24,800 to $700. So there's $24,000 taken out for textbooks. And I'm just wondering how that fits in with this warrant article for $25,000. I'm assuming they're connected? No?
They're actually not connected, because what we've decided to do is we're gonna look at other avenues to, like you said, like just over 24,000, to see if we can bring that in differently instead of using taxes. You know, grants, see if there's anything we can do there, if there's anything outside of the box thinking we could try.
Okay, so it's not that you just abandoned buying textbooks.
No,
So we're trying to-
absolutely
Exploring other
not.
avenues. Great.
We want to stick with
You
our
asked-
textbook
yeah.
cycle.
You have to just think outside the box, so that's what we're doing.
Good. So is it too late to change these to say, just to appropriate and not use unassigned fund? We can't do it.
To be the school board, right?
You can make a suggestion to the,
Well, I don't know how,
how,
We're
if it's,
not-
because
we
we vote
couldn't-
on them.
We're not even on that topic at this point.
That's
really.
true. That would be
would
after
be
public
after.
comment, when everything comes back to us.
But he's kind of asking a question that would then affect
Yeah.
the rest of his discussion. So you can make that suggestion, the board could do that.
but.
But
we're
not
having a
tonight.
hearing tonight, and then there potentially will be votes on it, and then if you change things,
Yeah, we might.
I'm not sure what can change without another hearing, and we're hearing on the articles as they are, but we can change the budget yet. So I assume that there's some leverage that is allowed to be changed. You can't add or subtract them. I mean, I guess, yeah, you can't add or subtract them, but there's probably some leverage that can be given. I don't know specifically,
yeah.
but.
Yeah, I've never had
Right.
had this happen.
We don't,
Yeah.
Is that something that could be changed at deliberative? That's really changing.
It could only not be changed if it's prescriptive. the language, right? That's one of the things.
Saying if it has to be changed at a different, you know.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
And again, that would be a discussion as a school board, you know, we can take that at the school
You
board
guys haven't
level.
discussed it.
I'm not familiar enough with SB2 to answer
I think
that.
that'd be a legal question.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, and we do have time for another public hearing too. You have to announce it 7 days in advance, so if something did happen.
Yeah,
We
technically
don't have a lot,
time,
but we do have.
The problem with having time is the closer it pushes our voting and changes, and it all has to be signed by the 25th or whatever.
Anything
So-
else from the board on the warrant articles? Should we open up public comment for warrant articles?
Yeah.
Yep, nobody wanted to come up?
Oh, did we? Oh, no, we need to, right?
We need to, yeah, we did for the default, right?
Warrants, right?
Yes.
The 6 warrants.
Okay, so the hot seat's open again, if anyone would like to, public comment, questions on the warrant article portion?
Linda Prashadny, 16 Camelot Court. Article number 3, where we're asking the taxpayers to raise and appropriate $50,000 to be added. This article potentially would not be necessary if the preschool program was fully funded by the parents of the individuals, the other 17 individuals. That means they would need to pay, I think they were paying $1,200 a year. If they were paying the actual cost of $5,111, which is about $142 a week, that would really raise another $66,500. So it's just something to think about. So from a taxpayer's perspective, if we weren't subsidizing the preschool program, then this wouldn't be necessary. Just
Another revenue
thought so.
source.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I guess that's it for public comment regarding the warrant article. There is a, so would you like to talk about the tax cap worksheet, or I guess you've already kind of brushed on it. I will say is, from the budget committee, I mean, thank you to the school board for keeping this in mind. The school board is not legally bound by a tax cap, and they put in a very good faith effort, in my opinion, to bring their budget down very close to what the town is required to meet, as a 4% cap. The tax cap worksheet is on either the last or second to last page in our booklet. I'll read through it just for people that are watching at home and are note taker. So it says Article 2 is proposed budget. These are numbers we've already heard, but it's all in one nice neat line. So budget of $16,666,441. Offset by revenue of $3,786,582. Amount to be raised by taxes, $12,879,859. I'm not sure what this valuation.
It's the equalized assessed valuation of the town.
Okay.
Yeah, if you go to,
For a town, which we do have a copy of.
go to page 2, line 21A, that's where the numbers come in.
Okay.
So I got a question, so,
Guess the revenue is different, is that it?
no, the tax base, does that change year to year? I mean, I know it changes big when we do our 5-year reeval.
It can change year to year.
They add in a little bit.
Houses can get built or sold or that sort of stuff.
Sure, and I'm wondering, because this 4.16% here, that looks like it's, the differences between this 15.48 and the 14.86, is that how you calculated that?
Yeah, that's the current tax rate based off the website.
Right, shouldn't it be done off of the money to be appropriated from the revenue sheets? Like, shouldn't we use the appropriations off of the proposed budget and the 2024 budget? Shouldn't we be using that? Because that's the money that's raised through taxation, right?
There's the money raised from taxation, but the valuations change too. I see your point, I'm thinking it through.
I think that when we were, so this is something that came up when the tax cap first got implemented, was how to calculate it. And I don't know if I could find the town's worksheet, but I think they go off the amount that's appropriated. The amount that's appropriated, not the tax rate itself.
And we're making sure that we calculate ours the same way.
Yep. But that's what I'm saying, is I don't think that you're doing that the same way, because you're going off of the tax rate, the change in the tax rate. But I think when we do the town's tax cap worksheet, that we're using the amount to be raised through taxation, which is the current appropriations. And I mean, for all I know, that number is very similar. I'm just saying, I think
Yeah,
that's
no,
the way
it's
we
a different
figured to
viewpoint.
calculate it.
So I have been in contact with the town, because they're the ones that gave me the valuation, because I said I wanted to make sure I'm using the same valuation that you used. So I have that, that's where they got the number from, but I see what you're talking about, the appropriations, because it could be.
Yeah, so when I do that with the current appropriations line from the revenue, looking at the proposed budget for 2025 and the 2024 budget, you know, it's a difference between 12.7 million, 12.1 million, and with that, I'm getting about a 5.1%.
That's different.
And of course, I guess there's appropriations for lunch in here, I didn't take into account that.
Last
So
year,
that could be
actually, if you
something.
do that, last year's appropriations would have the food ones already built into the general fund appropriation. I just broke them up because they should be, each fund budget should be zeroed out.
The DRA, when they send that out, the Department of Administration, they use the valuation of 832, and then they look at your tax effort that had already, what you had to, and they do it that way, which is the way I think that you did it. You can pass these down to.
The food number back in there, that actually makes it 6%.
Yeah, but with transparency.
Yeah. Well, either way, you're not legally bound to it, the lawyer said, so, but
No,
I
no, I
just,
just, those are
wanted to
things
check
I
on
can print off to
do
have,
wanna
to try to
know.
understand it, and that might help a little, but that's what the DRA does.
Just this alone will say that this is an additional $630,000.
So why are the revenues different?
The revenues are different, is for that
Appropriated.
$10,000 that gets transferred from the general fund to the food service. That's not part of
Oh,
default, so we gotta take that out.
It's aligned in the new budget that comes in.
You can keep them, I'll print them again.
Okay.
You can have them.
it's just so easy to copy things these days.
Okay, so we're good to continue. So our project assessed valuation, $832,146,848. Tax rate per thousand for the proposed budget is 15.48. Current tax rate at 14.86, which is a 4.16% change. Is reflected in the proposed budget. The default budget, the budget bottom line is $16,517,172, offset by a revenue of $3,776,582. Amount to be raised by taxes is $12,776,590. The assessed valuation is the same as above, $832,146,848. Tax rate per thousand is 15.31. Current tax rate is the same, 14.86, for a 3.03% increase or change. So if we add in, then at the bottom of, it's broken out, estimated tax impact, and it includes the home values. So it's 15.48 dollars per thousand without the warrant articles, and 15.54 dollars per thousand with including the warrant articles,
That's just Article 3.
which is just Article 3, which is 6 cents per thousand. Anything else on this?
hearing.
Okay.
Did we miss anything?
I think we covered it, budget, default, revenue, tax impact estimated, and warrant articles.
Comment. That's it. That's the end of the public hearing. Thank you again to the school board and the administrators. Bill, thank you for all your work on this. Welcome. Going back and forth, fine tuning the budget. Thanks for coming tonight.
Do you plan to deliberate tonight? If you do, we'll wait.
Oh yeah, I got more stuff to talk about.
Yeah, yes, we do plan to, it is early, and we didn't deliberate on the town, so,
We have stuff to talk about no matter what.
yeah, either way, we have to talk about. So, towards the board, what our direction is, do we want to stay on school budget, deliberate the?
Yeah.
Stick with the
Should,
school
because
while
we
we're
have
at it,
people
yeah.
here that want to hear
Fresh in my
that.
brain.
Okay. So you are welcome to stay, but unfortunately, you can't say anything. That ship has sailed.
That's right.
Oh, we let them all talk at the end of the night the other time too, I think. They want to stick around. Whew.
All right, so we will move to deliberation, free and open debate of the school proposed budget, which we now own.
It's yours.
It's
You're
ours.
responsible.
We are responsible.
So while I have the expert in the room and we know this formula, the special ed aid, I'm not seeing that we're getting enough then, because I have that sheet in here with like the really high tuition costs. I guess that's the out of district placement ones. And so we're saying that the state is supposed to provide us with 80% of whatever's 3 times over the normal cost per pupil, right? So I'm just gonna pick, $20,000 cost per pupil. I think that's higher than what the state says it is, right?
Yeah.
That's a reasonable ballpark number, 20,000?
That's a safe number for calculations.
Yeah, so like 3.5 times that is like 70,000. So we subtract, just the top three tuitions in there was 157,000, 124,000, 113,000. You subtract 70,000 off each of those, you get 87,000, 54,000, and 43,000. That's 184,000. 80% of that is 147,000. So why are we only getting $100,000 or $97,000 in aid when we're spending that much more than this formula on just 3 students?
I'm not sure, because those are, the state comes up with funding, so I don't know how far behind those numbers are either. Because I don't have from last year those dollar amounts. And I don't know at what point they're reimbursed, if it's significantly following a full school year's worth of students. So that's not a question I could answer about the revenues. I think it would be nice if those numbers were higher, since it sounds like it would be appropriate to receive more funds. But I think with the revenues, it's really risky to be overestimating in a revenue that.
Sure, I'm not saying you should change the
Yeah.
anticipated revenues. I'm just saying it doesn't sound like, if that's the real formula, it doesn't sound like we're getting what
So
we're
that's
supposed to be
something that
getting. And
we
I don't
could
know.
maybe-
I don't know if the state just gives you a number and that's what you get, or you have to like fight them on it, but it doesn't sound like we're getting what that formula says we should get. All right. Other stuff. I heard the school has a dog.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah.
can. Run,
Is
did
there
you have
an
something?
answer?
A year later, that's what biennium
Yeah,
means.
that's right. So that's what I was saying. So if it's a year after you've actually expended those costs,
Okay.
then they're reimbursed. So this could
So-
be from student
So
costs.
hopefully the number would be
Could.
reflective of what
Because I don't
Tom's
have the
saying.
year, I don't have the years past to
Upcoming
track
year?
previous,
Oh, so is that-
actuals. So I don't know if the actuals that we have showing are actually from.
Okay.
So that's really hard for revenues purposes, because it's really not the current year revenues, right? It's almost back pay from what
So-
you've already
Just
had to put out.
to see if I'm understanding you right, sorry, for clarification, so that 97 number
Those are
is,
actuals,
the actuals from '23 is that from the '22
It
school
might
year
have been off of
potentially?
reporting from students from the previous school
Okay.
year.
So we haven't seen anything probably from '24 yet, which might even be reflective of '23. We might be that,
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't- it's the
I got
state,
it.
so.
That could explain some of it, yeah.
that would make a lot, because if one student moves in or out, those numbers are gonna swing.
Yeah. Well, I remember the 152 some thousand one,
And
that
it
was
could
in there
also
last
be
year.
Yeah.
a, calculation, if the student moved in mid-year and then, right,
that
they're
it's
not
a
paying for the
partial.
full
Or
year.
moves
that
out.
we're- Right, so it's or moves out and then we don't get, so it's a whole calculation and that's why, again, I think from a revenue standpoint, putting what we received the previous year was probably a safe revenue estimate. Because also, as you heard, they can change their percentage of how they're funding that as well, which is, it's going to be safe with the revenue side.
Where in the budget is the tuition anticipated line?
Which
Do we
line?
know
What do you mean?
offhand?
What do you mean?
There was
We
a,
don't
there was a
have one.
line that was like tuition anticipated move-ins.
We removed it?
I think we removed it, or it's like a penny now.
It's, so, oh yeah, so that's what it is. So it's down here at $1, or is it at 0 now finally?
You asked us to
Right.
put a penny.
Yep.
Yeah, a penny, or we might have removed.
We got it
that
at
one
0.
altogether. I think
So does that mean,
No, I think that.
That was one we
Yeah.
removed altogether.
so is it gonna drop off of here, or do we have to
Yeah,
act?
after a
stru-
couple of years.
Okay.
Was it?
It'll automatically come
Years.
off?
So after 2 more years, that line will go away.
All right, so we don't have to act to remove it, it'll automatically go
Yeah,
out,
well,
okay?
And that's the new warrant
Yep.
to possibly fund, instead of putting it in the.
And then someone tells me the school has a dog. Is that true? No?
There is
The police have a
the
dog.
school doesn't have.
Okay.
The guidance counselor has a therapy dog that comes in on occasion, and it's our, mascot. Winnie.
Okay, but that's not in the budget.
No.
That's her personal dog.
To be honest with you, if
personal.
anything, it's gonna bring in a little bit of money because you start selling plush dolls of it. Revenue starts, unanticipated revenue.
Marketing, there you go.
I think
Merchandising.
it was fundraising.
And then there was a new equipment line that I think we were looking for an explanation of. I'm not sure what. New equipment tech.
Where's that?
Yeah, do you know? Wait, is it tech or new equipment?
I think now we actually have a note in here for it. I see a pack of 10 heavy-duty headphones with tangle-free cords.
I think that was also the one that we talked about, was gonna be the deliberative session. That was $5,000 for mics and equipment and stuff. We took that out.
Check it out.
Okay. Has our transition away from the shared SAU to having our own SAU, has that ended up saving us money in the long run? Like,
At this point, it's
No, that's what I'm like, are you asking them questions or me,
because
because it's
we.
kind of closed, so.
Yeah,
So
I think it has in the long run.
yeah.
The number in the budget, I believe, was 583. I think that's what I saw, 583,000 was the
Yes,
total
they're
SAU line.
ridiculous.
And I want to say last year, whatever it was, the last time we paid in was 6 something, 610, 6,
Good number, you guys.
trying to remember the numbers off the side, but it was something in that.
It was 670.
So it's close, but I think it is.
and it's hard to tell because some stuff got, some things now
Some
shared,
things,
like
yeah.
payrolls and stuff
Right,
or
there's-
something, right?
There's, right, there are certain services that are in the building, so we, some you didn't need, and then some, we did need to add.
Also, the town's picking up a portion of it, aren't
Town's picking up a portion of
we? You
nothing.
paying for the heat?
They're renting?
No,
Nope.
no, the school pays the electric bill
Yeah.
over there.
The mortgage, the mortgage.
Paying the mortgage.
The mortgage of that building, if you're still paying that mortgage.
You had a 150-year
It's a
loan?
really
That's an
long
aggressive
mortgage.
mortgage.
Just to say.
We
don't want to pay the $1,000 you charge.
Take out a home improvement loan.
So I know we had a really big increase in the supplies due to paper, I believe, $9,000 in paper. What does the school come up with as far as ideas how to transition away from paper for certain things and reduce usage?
So I will answer some of these questions. So, so I can tell you that they do have, we do use Chromebooks, and there's definitely technology, but the school has also some of those workbooks and things that they do purchase with the curriculum are instead of using copy paper, so some of them are consumable workbooks. And then it's in full color, you know, you're not paying to each time you're printing things or printing excess when you don't need them. But there are still pencil and paper tasks that we would like students to be doing. The school board has had many discussions about the fact that we would like a balance of technology use along with, you know, just standard, you know, pencil paper tasks, and that it's not appropriate for all levels of students to just be on a computerized device all day. And so there's still a need, obviously, for pencil and paper tasks at school. You know, as paper is getting more expensive, I'm sure that, you know, it's the goal of the school to not be overusing paper, but I don't think we're a good example right here with all this paper in front of us. But I do think they do, can speak from, you know, my son sometimes comes home and they're reusing the back of a copied paper for things that they're just doing, you know, math calculations or things. They are really being mindful of they're not just throwing paper out the window.
Great.
So special ed, section 1, whatever it's called. Yeah, the 1,200. My thought, or my understanding would be that that should be pretty much the same in both the regular budget and the default budget. But it's not. I was just trying to figure out why.
The function totals, you mean?
Yeah.
Some of the things could be,
It looks like the salary of special ed teacher, but that's not a full salary line?
that's not, I don't think
That's not in collective bargaining, the teacher?
Oh, you know what it is? It's the preschool. They're not in the collective bargaining agreements. And the para for the preschool as well.
And your student service director.
They're not, oh, that's what.
So that-
And student service director is an administrator in that.
Yeah, so,
Okay, thank you for that answer. I'm surprised by it,
Took
but,
me a moment to realize what you're
Good
talking about.
catch.
yeah, I was like, hey, that was confusing.
I didn't know that either. I thought every teacher in the building was.
She's a director, she's a preschool director, so therefore she doesn't go into the CBA.
Gotcha.
Mhm. And the para either.
Pardon me?
You said the
And the
para
para
is not.
is
The para is not either. She has a different contract and schedule. And hours, I think hours.
Right.
Right.
And the preschool program, because does not run the same hours as the school day, kind of falls out of the parameters of some of the collective bargaining agreement.
Right, that makes sense. Thank you. All right, next one.
How do you deal with transportation of them if they don't go to full day?
They have separate transportation for students who qualify for transportation.
Okay. You still bus them?
For students who qualify for transportation. So students who are special education and need transportation are transported, but they're not using a large
But the
bus.
tuition students don't necessarily they don't get transportation. Their parents bring them a
Unless perhaps they're a sibling of a student that qualifies, and the bus is going to that location.
I have a question about enrollment figures. What's the current K through 8 enrollment well, not K through 8, whatever the
516?
516?
I actually think today I saw 517, but right there, 516, 517.
And then what is the total enrollment with, including the high schoolers?
It's eight. So what we have in our binders, so the last one was December, we have district-wide
827?
Yeah. Trying to figure out, does that include the home?
That must include the homeschoolers, because I found on your site.
806, so there's two numbers, so, hold on, let me read it before I start out numbers. 23-24 school year, district-wide student enrollment, 806.
That counts.
And then it says total 827, but there are 20 home educated students, so that math.
And then one other to make the math work.
Okay.
Whatever
Don't
other
ask
with
me
a
about
star is, I don't know.
So is that 785 is the number I got off the
Oh, out of district,
projections.
sorry, I see.
7, 8, out of what?
785?
Nope. it's
Not counting homeschoolers.
No, not counting homeschool, 806.
So how do we have, so sorry, I got these figures off the website.
From,
From a report?
They're in your packet.
Or-
from what website?
It was a enrollment projections type thing, and it had the,
Oh, that's
Oh,
projection.
projections.
right, but this was the these were the historical years and stuff.
Oh, I don't know.
Anyway, for 2023, I saw 525 enrollment in K through 8 and 768 for when you include the high schoolers.
Through NESDEC.
Probably, that sounds familiar.
Yep, so it's 515 students in Nottingham School, that includes the preschool, and then 180 at Co-Brown, 90 at Dover.
Oh, so that includes preschool.
That includes.
That's probably what it is, because this is K through 12. All right, that explains the discrepancy. I'm just trying to make these numbers correct on this. I had a hell of a time tracking them all down. Also, I'll just point out, it was really hard to find, like, 2014 and 2013, I think it was. The town reports that are on the town's website do not include the school for those years. It may not be those exact years, around 2013 to 14. They don't contain the school stuff, and I was unable to
We
find
did
the...
one year by ourselves, and
Yeah.
it's for the year ending 2015, it's right here. I have more of these.
I might take a picture from it. I was able to track down the budget number off a warrant article copy, but I just wanted to make sure I had those numbers correct. Thank you. And then I wonder about, also, since we brought up the homeschoolers, so I know on those enrollment things, we list like 20 or 30 for homeschoolers or something like that. Is there like a line in the budget where we see how much that we are spending on supporting homeschoolers?
We do not support homeschool students.
So they don't cost us anything?
No, I know we've had discussions with the school board, and it's mostly just having a sense of other students in the district, because at any moment, any of those students could potentially be educated in Nottingham School. So if a family of 5 children decided that they were no longer able to homeschool, those 5 students would be inside Nottingham School. So it's just a number that we track. And I also know when we look into high school, that is a time where some students do shift to come to public school from homeschool. And because we pay a large amount for tuition for those high school students, it's good to have a number of students to be able to kind of estimate if we need to.
Okay, great. So there's no burden on this budget from homeschoolers?
There's no cost.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Technically, no.
But I see that this year, since September, the number of homeschoolers has dropped.
And that says there's actually no requirement to report that you homeschool your student, so.
There is a requirement. They can either report it to us, to the state, or to another institution.
Right, so there could be students that are not on our list that we don't, if you moved into town and were already homeschooling your student, you don't have to walk into the SAU office and declare that information.
Is there a penalty for not reporting?
I don't penalize anyone.
There you go.
It's not we have no way of tracking it. We might find
There
out
are
about
lots
them.
of- There are lots of out-of-school, out-of-state programs that provide curriculums, textbooks, all that sort of thing for homeschoolers. I know a whole family that managed that with a school in Florida, including they flew down there and had a cap and gown graduation for them.
Wow, sounds crazy.
Yeah, there's lots of resources out for that.
We
type of
might
thing.
find out about it, Tom, if they want to suddenly participate in perhaps a CTE program. And then we would have to pay for it, then we find out, who are these people? Well, we've been living in.
I'm not suggesting you track them down. I'm just coming up with a reason they may not report.
Are they allowed to participate in school sports and things?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so that's one way we would know who they were.
Yeah. They can participate part of a day, anything they would like to.
So they can participate at whatever level they wish to.
Correct.
For example, if a child wanted music education, and they could come here and get it.
Love to have them in.
So in fact, I would call that supporting homeschoolers.
It doesn't add any
It doesn't
additional
I
cost,
see,
so
I see.
they're
Okay.
allowed to access the programming that's already happening
That's already
within the
happening.
school.
Okay.
It's not like the high school, if you have a tuition.
Right,
you
the high
get
school
hit for it.
tuition is
Gotcha.
different.
Thank you.
But we do, the town doesn't have an obligation to educate any student who lives in this town if they choose to come into Nottingham School at any moment. So again, mostly the tracking is just, you know.
A couple of thoughts as we've been looking at this. So I think it's admirable that the school came in so close to the 4% tax cap. Really is difficult to do. I know we got depends who you ask, you know, either 3.2 or 3.8% inflation on the year. So I think it tracks really well, especially with that.
The latest CPI numbers came out today. It
What
was
was
3.4%
Okay.
over the last 12 months.
Yeah. So we're right there, and then with
3.5.
the health insurance going up 13%, like that was.
That's really a large.
Yeah.
There's just
Huge,
a
isn't it?
few little nitpicky things that we've seen over the last couple of months. One of them for me was on page 3, talked about supplies, math, supplies, science, and I have written down the comment for that was teachers pay teachers and other like avenues where teachers are, hang on.
Not that page.
I've got-
What's the line number?
Let me let me translate it to the new one. My apologies, I'm working off my notes. So line number 01, 1100, 5610.04.
Supplies for
Not
math.
Page 4.
Yep.
Math supplies?
Math.
Yeah, supplies, math, and then farther down, supplies, science. Now I have written here that part of those, the driver in those was like online curriculum support things. One of them was teachers pay teachers.
We removed all teacher paid teachers from the entire budget.
Okay, because that hadn't been.
That was after the first round.
It was,
looking at
it was
the new-
removed from the budget notes, or it was the policy is no longer paying
re-
money for that?
We removed,
We removed the cost.
They're moving from the budget.
Remove
it will not be
okay.
funded by our budget.
So it looks like it was in this one I was working off was 92408, and we're down to 87408. So that would probably reflect the cost of teacher safety. Okay, thank you. As I said, very nitpicky things. Because like we said, we do have a curriculum director, and so I was thinking, we just don't want to overlap spending if we can help it. One of the other things on curriculum, let me translate it over here. It's line 01, 2210, 5110, summer.
Give the page number first.
I'll get the page number.
110, page 18.
01, 2210,
I'm so close.
5110.
5110.
The summer staff curriculum.
Yep, and let me get there on this. make
Page
sure we're
18 on the new one, top
Thank
line.
you.
Very top of page 8.
Yep. 17, 18, okay. Yeah, it's $20,000. This line is, looks like it's still there as we saw. Yeah, to pay staff to develop and update curriculum, technology, and other lesson materials over the summer. Awarding a small amount based on a teacher's application and paid hourly. That seems like a large amount to me. I feel like, and we'll discuss this as a board, and maybe we'll make a motion and change it, maybe not. But I think we have a curriculum director. Is a curriculum director involved in summer programming?
A separate program than this, if you read the notes on there, a lot of this is involved in our technology our technology. Like all the devices get touched over the summer, and that's impossible for the technology to coordinate or do all by himself. So teachers also come in and do that as well. So if we have Chromebooks that are not working, or if we have particular programs we want to put on the Chromebooks, if we have tech, that's part of our summer program. They come and do that. That's part of their summer salaries.
That's
And
$1,200.
and then we also have curriculum work that
Yeah,
in
1,200.
teachers, the curriculum work in teachers' particular classrooms. The curriculum coordinator does not dictate how each teacher teaches. They help oversee the selection of different curriculum, but teachers also need time. The planning period they have each day of 50 minutes is not, that involves correcting papers, creating assessments, looking at particular data on each student. They also, that is not time, sufficient time. So if they want to come in the summer, particularly new teachers changing grades, doing additional new curriculum, enhancing it, or perhaps you have a new mandate, a state mandate, on civics and civility, or on handwriting, or multiplication, and new things that you have to teach. This allows us to do that in the summer for teachers to come in addition to their contract, and get paid to work on that curriculum. And that's not something that a curriculum coordinator mandates for them to do. When teachers come in to do that work, we need to pay them. So that's what that 20,000 is for.
And it doesn't go to any one person.
No.
It's actually
no, no.
divided amongst quite a
Many
few people.
people.
Teachers apply for this, and are awarded based on what they propose. So there's a process. They actually submit to the curriculum director, and there's a process. So if they state that the 3 teachers in grade 1 are looking at how they, are managing some sort of their program, the 3 of them can get together and, get all on the same page, so they're all offering the same instruction and looking at how they're doing that, or from grade 1 to 2, and they can look at how they align it, what we're doing in first grade, so then, so there's also different types of programming and things that they are doing, so it's outside of the school year curriculum development.
It's like overtime for teachers.
So they get paid extra to do this in addition to.
So this is because it happens in the summer, preparing for the next school year.
Outside of their 184-day contract. So let's say we purchase the new curriculum. They've spent time with it, but they need additional work. We might have data that shows we need extra work on phonemic awareness, reading comprehension. We have this new study sync curriculum. We want to come in and whatever the subject area, they want to spend time together collaborating in the summer that they wouldn't have during the school year. They come in, they look at that new curriculum product. They want to pilot a product. They look at it, spend time in the summer writing curriculum that they can then implement during the school year. And it's beyond their contracted hours, so we then pay them for it. And it's also, in addition to this, supplemented with grants whenever possible.
Are we done with that topic?
So do the grants show up in the revenue?
Grants
Federal
are
side of
a
this
different
budget.
fund. They're Fund 2. They will not show up in this. No.
But if this is supplemented with grants, then it should show up as revenue.
No.
This line is not paid by grants, so there's an additional funds outside of the 20,000
Additional.
that are
Okay.
given. So if there's,
That's
if it's,
different than supplement.
so if it's $1,000 per teacher or $750 per teacher, and more teachers apply than meets the $20,000 that's in the budget, then they look for additional funds
Okay, so-
on top of that
So
to allow any teacher who requests to do some of this curriculum work.
So this could be done through funding, through grants, basically. It could be paid through grants.
So I don't know
No.
if this whole dollar
No,
amount is
that's
paid
not
by
what I'm
grants.
saying.
Yeah, if there is additional funding needed in this area, they use grants too.
We might be able to get an extra 2,000 through
Yeah,
grants.
Couple thousand.
If the grants were available.
Correct.
If you were awarded the grants.
Yes.
And it's planned for ahead of time.
If, right?
Yes.
If.
And remember, we're trying to look for the $20,000 in textbooks that we pulled out to reach the 4.1% that we're looking for in grants. So we
I think
can't
this
put everything in
budget is
grants.
absolutely excellent, and
It is
I would move to pass it as is, but we're having more discussion, and we should.
I have a question about budget numbers. So when I try to put together, I have a document here. Sorry I didn't bring enough copies for y'all. I'm just trying to get a sense of the school budget each year. And I went back and looked at the warrant article for last year for the operating budget. And that said, shall we appropriate $15,613,000, right? But then when I look at our worksheet here, it's for 2024 budget, it says $15,961,000. So where does this discrepancy of like 300 and some thousand come from?
Additional adequacy aid because we revoted on the bottom line budget when we added the additional adequacy aid at the special meeting we had.
How much was that, though?
168,000.
186,310.
But this is like more than 300, this is like $350,000 difference.
Can you rephrase, can you say the question again?
So the question is, so I'm trying to like make a
Yeah.
spreadsheet with the budget for each year. And I went back to last year's school warrant article, and it says, you know, shall we approve raise an operating budget of $15,613,999, right?
Yep.
But then when I look at the worksheet, the budget here, you know, it says that the financial year 2024 budget was $15,961, which is like 300 and some thousand more.
Sure, there was also the warrant article for the science classrooms for like
Okay.
77,000.
Oh, so we add the warrant articles in.
They're part of the budget, but
They're
only for
funded.
that one-time expense.
Gotcha.
So, but like you have the CBA agreement that also got voted in last year, I think it was 88,000 something, right? But that's also for 3 years. So 88,000 for last year, but then you also have the adjustments for this year. And when that CBA was created, it was based on the staff and what their tracks are and everything at that time. So if somebody moves tracks, if somebody leaves, we get a new teacher, that's gonna fluctuate a lot of your costs as well.
So what's the correct number if I was to make a spreadsheet with the school budget each year to track how much it grows? Do I use the operating budget as it appears in a warrant article? Or do I have to wait a year and find the number in here?
It depends if you want to include warrants or not include warrants, because warrants will change every year. So let's say warrant article number 1, right, or number 2, because if there's somebody there. So you can use, that's the operating budget for that particular year. But then you warrants outside of that will get added to the budget for that one particular year or the 3 years, depending on the CBA or whatever is voted in. And that becomes your operating budget for that year, if it gets approved.
And
So-
then there's also like adequacy aid, the unanticipated adequacy aid, that also gets added in, so some years it's gonna be there and some years
If you have a
it's not.
special meeting for something like that, yep.
So probably the most accurate is at the end of the year, once all of those additional items have come in.
Or if you're
That's-
just,
that's
if you're
really
just
hard to
trying, if you're just trying to compare what budget was passed, then you would just have to look at Article 2 of
Yeah,
every year.
I think that's the way to go. That's,
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
that would
certainly
be-
accessible data. I can't get this number only for the years I have paper documents.
Gotcha, so
for.
if you're trying to go back through
Yeah.
history, you're saying.
And
that makes-
if you're comparing it to the towns, I'm sure that's what you did, because the towns, the warrants do significantly, if you were counting warrants, that would be different
Yes.
numbers.
Yes.
So if you were
That is a lot
comparing
more.
kind of apples to apples operating budget, then you would use just what's on that warrant. So, yeah, because again, if you'll see in expenses, when we paid for that science classroom, it comes out of the fund. So that's why those numbers have to be added in
Yeah,
here.
it's just frustrating because I asked the school or superintendent a year ago for, you know, what all these historical budget numbers were, and the response I got was, go get the town reports from UNH, so. This is me trying to track it all down. So does that mean if this 2024 budget number includes all the warrant articles and stuff, that to compare the increase from this number to the proposed budget is a little misleading? Because you're raising the old one a little bit? Like it was actually lower when it was proposed.
You gotta say that again, because you sent this paper, I don't know what you're looking at.
So the number that we see on our worksheets that say financial year, the last year's budget
Okay.
number,
Yeah.
right? That wasn't the number that we voted on and that we.
That includes the warrants.
Right. But the next number, the proposed budget, well, the one right next to it, that doesn't include warrants.
That's the budget for this year.
Yeah.
Yes,
That
that does
doesn't
not
include
include warrants.
Does not.
Right.
Yeah, voted on them, yes.
So we can't exactly compare
Right.
the increase because we're lumping the warrant articles and stuff in.
That is true, yes.
And some one-time expense for the special town
Yeah.
meeting special meeting that we had.
Not all the warrant articles, though, because we talked about this, because we had may I have permission to speak? It's getting out of hand.
I think it's working. It's a good work session.
We had conversations about this, 7, 8 years ago, where the idea that the warrant articles that are raised and appropriated would drop below the line so that you wouldn't have, because then you're increasing your budget, and then if you increase it again, so that conversation has been had, and I'm not, I know we talked about it briefly, but I think like your original statement that some of the things that were, like the 140 and so forth, that's what's driving it, not all of them. Not all of the warrant articles.
Driving the budget?
Yeah.
No, sometimes prices change too, like
Yeah.
inflation, you know, if you get new staff members that come in,
But I
stuff
don't
like
think
that.
it's our practice to take the warrant articles that are listed and then drop them in, and then have that number, raise the number, and then use that for the base number to compare the new.
Town puts
Right.
them like
Yeah.
at the end.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what we,
What year, yeah.
No, I was just surprised. 4 years, and it's the first time I realized that this budget number for last year's budget on here is not the same as
Not the
what we
same.
did on the warrant article for it.
So,
But it would not be, yeah.
And that affects, and that affects at the end of the budget, when we see the total increase here, it's showing, 4.42%. That's the total increase of the proposed budget over the total proposed budget of last year plus all the warrant articles, but it doesn't count the proposed warrant articles from this year.
That's correct.
Yeah, because if I do that, if I take last year's proposed budget and what we voted on, which was $15,613,000, and then we look at, this new budget, which is $16,666,000, that is an increase of over $1 million. That's $1,052,000. So that's actually more like a, 50 or 5-point-something% increase.
Right, which is
Right.
also why I think I personally prefer to use the current tax rate versus what the proposed tax rate is. Because that way, that shows your true year-over-year value.
Yeah. But that doesn't take into account the warrant articles.
And then, from last year? It's because,
It takes into the account the warrant articles
yes,
last year,
I
but
get what
not
you're
the
saying.
ones
I
for
get what you're
this
saying. It doesn't take into account the warrant articles
Yeah.
because that's just the one-time expenditures. But that's based on your current tax rate. So people are like, oh, why do we have such a big tax rate, or why did our tax rate change? It's because you take out what was approved, including all warrant articles, and this is our proposed, to piece it together. Because you can do 3 warrant articles, add those all together, 6 cents each, that adds to 18 cents more to the proposed budget. So,
right, so that's why on that last page, we had, the regular budget, the default budget, and then it showed the one warrant article for 6 cents.
Right, but if you calculate it off the amount to be appropriated, you get a higher percent. And that's the correct way to do it. That's the way the town tax cap worksheet works.
Yeah.
Are we good on that before I switch topics? You mentioned that you removed the math interventionist
yes.
from the budget, and you didn't propose it as a warrant. Believe in a previous meeting we had, you mentioned that that person was still needed and still had work to do. So my question is, how are those needs going to be met with the current proposed budget?
So that's half a year.
I guess it's technically for the board because you guys put it together.
Right, I know
Sorry.
that's a question for board. So, that was a discussion at the school board level, and we felt that, that we would need to think outside the box to provide those extra services. Some of those services we have 2 math interventionists currently. Some of those services are enrichment services that are provided. There was some discussion of if there are additional enrichment services that could be provided elsewhere, and the math interventionist would be supporting the students who need more specialized instruction. So unfortunately, that would remove enrichment services from students who are receiving enrichment. But it was.
Sorry to cut you, could you define enrichment a little bit
Enrichment is
further?
for students who need more, like
Higher
a
level?
boost, so a higher level than what they're on for grade level. So if you're at a math level and you're really past what the classroom is working on, you may receive enrichment services to continue to boost you. So wherever you're at, you're being, supported. Challenged, correct, thank you. So, so we did not come up with a specific plan at this point, but I think that, the school administration can look at that and see how those services can be met in other ways.
So that person will not be employed next year?
That person was funded by the ESSER grant, so the additional math interventionist was funded through the ESSER grant, which was for a COVID grant. And so that additional position was only it has been, because it's grant funded, is only a 1-year contract on those services, so that just would
So
not.
that person is gone?
That person in next year would not be.
Won't be here.
The ESSER funds.
Never an employee.
The ESSER
Right.
funds end September of 2024, so we couldn't fund it. Even though
Okay.
there's still money in ESSER, the fund, they have to be expended by September 2024.
And did,
I can, may I say?
yeah, yeah, no.
I think it's very
100%.
difficult. That's not an easy, that was a very difficult situation for the board. But when you're looking for us to bring it down to 4%, that doesn't happen by $100 here, $100 there. That's an extremely difficult decision to make.
What grade was that math
All grades.
interventionist? All grades?
All grades.
It
And-
wasn't concentrated in any?
No, all grades. There's, we have a breakdown. They do interventions and support for all grades, and then, enrichment across all grades, but where the needs are, where the children that need to be more challenged, more like a gifted and talented program. We're cutting, that position's cut for kids that need support, but also kids that need to be challenged. It was an extremely difficult decision.
So I guess to follow up on that, because I believe at the last meeting we had, there was conversation about potentially putting it to a warrant. And forgive me, I didn't attend the school board meeting. But what was the rationale for not having that come forward as a warrant?
So I think the discussion is about putting personnel on warrants. And if that's the appropriate place to be putting hiring of new staff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and we did, we looked at a grid to show what was being done. We talked about how these things were handled in the past. We discussed the workload of the current math specialist. So I think that we took a broad.
I'm sure you did. I'm just curious the rationale. That's all I'm asking. But thank you for providing it. I appreciate it.
And to address Sandra's question, hopefully, that person might have a job through attrition. They're open, they have the opportunity to apply for any positions that we may have open if we have any.
Okay.
open.
Well, and it was supposed to be a temporary position, right?
It was
To address
intended to be
learning
grant
loss
funded
during
for learning
COVID.
loss.
Math interventionist was grant funded as long as we had ESSER.
I mean, I just, as an aside, I'd comment on that for the board, you know, it's like, nobody wants to see education suffer, but these are tough times. Like, even at our meeting on Tuesday, I mean, there was a number of homeowners in Nottingham that were concerned at the rising cost of taxes too, so it's a balance, you know, it's like, we don't wanna stick it to anybody, but these are tough times out there, so, you know, I trust the board knows what's going on, and you know, we can hopefully get parents involved, and I'm sure there's other ways to.
Again, I want to say that I think that the board has done just an excellent job of really responding to what we asked. And I am very comfortable with the budget as they have presented it.
I guess I'd like to
So I've,
second that.
well, before we do any motions or
I'm
anything.
not motioning anything,
Okay.
sorry. I did use the word second, but that's not what I was trying to say. I would
I
like
was
to
gonna say, I wasn't
agree,
making a motion yet
sorry,
either.
I would like to say I'd like to agree with that sentiment, that I know we asked a lot of you guys this year and asked you to go back again and again and again, and you did, and you came forward with new numbers and lower numbers every single time. And I do want to reiterate, I guess, and reaffirm that we really appreciate, I really appreciate, I'm not speaking for the board, I really appreciate what you did, and I think this is an excellent budget with the constraints that you were given. It really does look like and sound like you looked at every rock and turned over every stone, and I guess we owe Bill a little round of applause because your boss is saying we do, so congratulations. But I do want to say, I thank you for all that you did. This was a tremendous amount of work that you guys
The
put into this.
turnaround window was minute and he was
Yes,
amazing.
these are week to week.
4 hours for us.
Yes.
Next year, hopefully, we'll.
Hoping to have these one.
And I'd like to reiterate too, I think you walked into a difficult situation, and in short order, you worked really hard to bring us the information that we wanted, and you took those questions seriously. I think some of the cuts are unfortunate, I'm sorry to see that, and I know that you're trying hard to meet all the students' needs in a very difficult situation. You are funded by the state, and the majority of this burden is put on property. So I hope that people will think about talking to their representatives in legislation to bring us up to date to get some property relief, so that we don't have to ask you to cut important services to all of our students. So thank you.
Honor and a true
Well, before we celebrate getting it near 4%, I think I found out what's going on here with this back of the page, the very back of the packet here where we have 4.16% as the change.
I'm gonna give it a sec to get there, Todd.
Catch up to you. This is the
Back of the back?
Very back of
What
the
we got
back.
tonight.
Yeah, but now I gotta remember where I split it up in my binder.
know.
Like,
Looks like this.
I think I'm on this one.
This on the front.
There we go.
Oh, when?
I
This
split my
page
packet. I made the mistake. I know, my bad.
So my question, this tax rate here, is that the current, the total school tax rate?
Where?
Where are you?
15.48.
Where we see 15.48,
Tax rate per thousand?
14.86?
No, the
Is-
current tax rate is 14.86.
The tax rate that just came out, that's on the Nottingham school.
Yeah.
Just got the bills, is 1486.
Right, but you're not accounting for the state portion of
We don't
that.
account, that's not in this budget.
But that we heard previously when we asked about that portion of our property taxes that says state school, that gets collected by the town tax collector, and then that immediately just goes to the school. That doesn't, I heard we heard that doesn't even leave the town.
That's it, it comes, that's the revenues that you asked, that's the swept.
That's swept, yes.
But that is not something that
Under
we.
litigation.
It doesn't go
determine at all.
directly. Some districts can get more and some districts can get less, based on the property tax from the swept. It's not, doesn't just stay directly in town, because that's just padding your budget.
It's
Okay.
just like
It's
this,
it's
So we
distributed.
don't count that as amount to be raised due to taxation.
Not part of our, that's
as
not
a
the
school
town's,
budget.
that's
That's not
not
the-
the
that's the
town's
state. That's state,
responsibility.
it's not-
So it would be more fair to only look at the portion that's raised with the local tax rate?
Yes.
The local school portion
Yes.
of our tax rate.
Correct.
And so that's the part that gets us on the revenue form, that gets us the $12 million, you know, last year it says $12,141,000, and then this proposed budget, that would be $12,772,000.
Yep, that would be the appropriation.
So that's, these numbers are then, this is the amount to be raised by taxation.
Yes,
And we have to add that 107,000 for appropriations for the lunch into the.
yes, yeah, it's the bottom number there, yep.
Okay, so the 2020, the previous year's amount to be raised by taxation would be 12,141,000, right?
64, yep,
Okay, and then the proposed amount to be raised by taxation would be 12,879,000, correct?
that's correct.
So that is a 6.1% increase, correct?
I don't have my calculator in front of me, but
That's
that
what
sounds
my
about right.
calculator said.
Sure.
So that's a
Add in
six,
the swept, if you add, it would be like.
but no, because he said that these
We're
numbers.
just talking about the appropriations.
We're just talking about the amount to be raised by taxation. So he just confirmed that these two numbers, this is the amount to be raised by taxation last year, and this is the amount to be raised by taxation on this proposed budget, right?
Sure.
So that's a 6.1% increase from 12.1 million to 12.8 or 12.9 million there.
No, yeah.
6.1% increase. And then the other way to do that, so that's the amount to be raised by taxation is up by 6.1%. And then if we look at the proposed budget total, which is $16,666,000, last year's proposed budget, the one that we voted on and approved on our warrant article, that one was $15,613,000. That is a difference of $1,052,000. That is an increase in the budget, the proposed budget over last year's proposed budget. That is a 6.7% increase.
Yep, that's what I got.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the amount to be raised by taxation is going up 6.1%, and the school's budget is going up 6.7%.
They're based on your numbers, okay?
Yep. Well, no, they're not my numbers. They're your numbers that you gave to us.
Well, your result, I don't know my
Right.
calculator, you got the
Based on
calculator.
Sure.
your calculation.
So I don't know, you know, there's been some wiggling done on these numbers on the back. I don't think that you can use the tax rates.
So, I mean, the reason these might be lower, it could be stem from the the tax base could have gone up? I don't know.
I think we,
Well, potentially,
the,
but
the temporary town administrator, I think, went over some reasons why we shouldn't do it this way. I don't
Yeah.
remember, it was like 2 years ago or something like that. But the way that we do it is we go off of the appropriations to be collected, because the way that it reads is tax cap, is the amount to be raised by taxation. So if you want to go by the definition that we use on the town budget for the amount to be raised by taxation, this budget is going up 6.1%. Now, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's the best way to look at it. I think the best way to look at it is, what is the proposed budget? What was the proposed budget that we approved last year? Last year's proposed budget was 15.6 million. This year's budget is 16.6 million, 16.7 if you round up, which I would. That is over $1 million increase. That is a 6.7% increase to the budget. So that's the real increase. So all this talk about coming in at 4%, the real increase is 6.7%. The amount to be raised by taxation is going up 6.1%.
yep, I agree.
And that's why our taxes went up more than
Yeah.
4% this year.
And just to put this in a historical perspective, in the last 5 years, and these numbers are actually lower because these numbers came in significantly higher. This is $227,000 I didn't account for in here. So in the past 5 years, the school budget has gone up 25%. That's $3 million. In the last 12 years, it's gone up 65%, $6.5 million. Since 2008-2009 school year, it's gone up almost $8 million. Now, the other night, we had a woman in here, and she was concerned about her taxes going up over the last decade or so. And I made a comment that, the town is actually pretty good about controlling costs. And I said that really a lot of the majority of the driver for their tax bills going up in this town is actually the school. And Owen shouted me down and said, that's just my opinion, but I've provided everybody
Thought we
with
weren't doing
charts.
personal attacks now.
No, I'm clarifying something
Time
that
for
you did at the
gavel.
last meeting. This is a graph of the school's budget increasing. You see that's the steeper line, and this is the town budget down here. It's pretty flat. So yes, the biggest driver of the taxes going up in this town
And
is
what
the school.
condition is our town in at this time, Tom?
I think this town's running
Having
great.
stayed flat, do you?
Hang on, well,
I
let's,
hope you don't
hold
see
on,
any
I
of
think
the
we're getting back
rest.
to personal.
Yeah,
I do have a,
but we're talking about the school
Wait, Tom,
tonight.
just
Oh,
hold
I
up.
thought we were
Hang on.
talking about the
Let me
town,
order
too.
this. I think you have a point.
And I provided these numbers for
Yep,
everybody, so
and
everyone can
we'll
go
let
over them
you-
themselves.
We'll let you finish, and then we'll give Charlotte a chance, and then Owen a chance.
No, I'm done. I just
Okay,
wanted to
done?
correct,
Okay.
last night, it was told that it was my opinion, so I went through and I got all the numbers from all the town reports, and I broke this down by, the amount spent per pupil and the amount per town resident, if you want to go into that, but I think, it's simpler to just look at this graph. You can see how steep one line is and how one line's pretty flat. So, just some facts and figures for us.
Based on the
Sorry,
math and the
nope,
way you want to calculate it.
You're not.
I'll send you a copy of
Nope,
the
nope,
spreadsheet.
Tom, nope. Okay, back to the budget committee. Charlotte, you may respond.
I just always said the comparison was made between the town keeping costs down. Seems like we've had a few years of chaos where we've lost tons of employees at a huge cost to the taxpayer. And we have literally town offices that have rats. The working conditions are terrible. People have left, and it's costing us a fortune to work everything together. I'm a taxpayer too. I don't want to pay more, but I do know that the cost of educating kids, and there are more kids in the town, and there are more kids with special needs. Yes, the cost is going to go up, and we're not getting much help from the state. So again, I would say rather than attacking the school board and the superintendent, it would be to contact your legislatures and say, let's get some good folks up there who are going to help us and follow the law of what the constitutional responsibility is of our state towards its students.
So
Oh, sorry, can I just,
do I get a chance to
sorry,
speak?
just one
We're gonna
second.
hang on, let me see here.
I'm done.
Did you get to finish? Okay, we're gonna let Owen go. So write it down.
Sorry, I want
and
to
then
just,
you can
No,
reply.
I just want to say that I'm not attacking the school board. I'm just
It's
giving
my
the
opinion
facts and figures.
That it sounds like a defense of, a witness query.
Okay, Brent, hold on to it. Owen, you're up.
Clarifying question on the graph you provided and the charts and figures. It was budget, not warrants, correct?
The warrants are not included. These are the operating
Just
budgets.
operating
Yep.
budgets, okay.
Yeah.
So I would just say that the something I think we also need to keep in mind when we're looking at these numbers is that the town puts a considerable amount more to warrant and has done that systemically over the years to keep the budget low. I think if we looked at the amount that was voted in by the budget and the warrant, we might see a different number, we might not, I don't know. It's just something I think we should look at to make sure we're looking at apples to apples. I would also like to say, for a point of clarification, that the personal opinion comment I was trying to make the other night, and maybe I didn't do a good job of explaining it, so I'd like to try to do that now, is that from a legal perspective, as individual members of the budget committee, we don't have any authority, so we need to be very careful when we speak that we're speaking within our own personal beliefs and systems. We don't actually have an authority until we all work together cumulatively to make a vote. So that is more of the point I was trying to make. I think it's more of a point of order than it is necessarily saying that you're right or not right. I think it's pretty well understood that the largest chunk of our taxes is the school. I'm pretty sure that's undeniable from everybody. So that wasn't what I was trying to say the other night. What I was trying to clarify was that when we speak about different items and different things, we just need to be careful about the way we articulate it.
All right, well, it seemed to me like you were shouting me down and trying to silence me from providing that information.
And then you can reply, because Owen did mention you, so we're gonna let Brent.
Sure, and I just want to say that you are correct that I didn't factor in the warrant articles on these. I know of our current town budget, we have about $1 million in warrant articles, so that would put us, right about here. So this line would be that much higher. So just a centimeter more on that graph.
You're up, Brent.
So I wanted to respond, there was a couple of comments about potentially, reducing the tax burden by having the state fund more. I think we all agree that ultimately, the state's funded through taxation, so whether it's going to your property tax or some other meals tax, either way, Nottingham residents are paying for it. I just want to ask, wouldn't it be possible if the state was funding more of the education balance that Nottingham potentially could become a donor town? We're actually paying more because we're subsidizing the other poorer towns. I mean, Nottingham is in southern New Hampshire, it's in Rockingham County, richest county in the state of New Hampshire. The town does pretty well. I think it's probably, chances are we've become a donor town, so I don't know that, the state sending us more money is gonna be good for the taxpayers of Nottingham.
Interesting.
May I address that?
You good?
Yeah.
Can I talk about that? Yeah, I think if you were just talking about swept funds and the state funds that we pay, that is a good point. But when we're talking about the difference between funding special needs students at $2,000 as opposed to Superior Court judges in 2 cases have said that they should be funding special needs students at $27,000 to meet their constitutional responsibility, I think we're going to win. And it's not fair to put everything on just property.
The state of New Hampshire's constitutional responsibility to fund something is the taxpayers of Nottingham in order to fund
Yeah,
it. so-
but that can be shared through many different ways, and indeed, it is, through alcohol sales, through, other taxation. We pay outrageous auto registration, property taxes. There are lots of ways to raise money, and our state has recently given big business and wealthy people big tax breaks, and yet we have no housing for workers, we have no childcare for workers, and now we're trying to cut schools. I don't see how we're going to attract business here and have a flourishing economy if we don't have the basics.
And I think as Tom's pointed out, we actually haven't cut anything from the school. What we're really talking about is how much we're increasing the budget and increasing it above the rate of inflation. I mean, that's really what's on the table here.
Because that is the cost.
I'm just gonna hop in, so just for everyone listening, or maybe people in the audience, we haven't really had any of these discussions for the whole budget season. I've kind of been putting them off, and we've been keeping to the budget, so I'm gonna let this keep going, because it is pertinent, especially for members that are gonna be on in future years. So by and large, we've kept just to the task at hand, and I've pushed this off and pushed this off and pushed this off. So I think this is helpful. It might not pertain particularly to 2024, but, 6 of us members are gonna be on again next year. So I think that's why we'll let it keep going.
At least 6.
Six of us, yep. There are 3 positions open for next year, 3-year positions.
Come join us.
Okay, I'm done.
We have checked and triplicate.
Yes, we have.
So I recognize that the school budget is significantly higher than the town. I also, you need to recognize that there are a lot of people employed who live in this town, employed at the school. And so if you're comparing, what was it, 44 part-time and full-time employees of the town versus the amount of employees at the school that are needed to educate the students, I don't think you can compare the two. They're not at all the same size, right? So if you're talking about, you know,
How many employees do you have?
total, do you know, have a total number?
No, as you were talking, I was just thinking that.
I was like, we'd probably.
97,
Let's say 90-something.
I believe.
Staff in the school.
Yeah, you guys are the biggest employer in town, I believe.
Well, all the businesses around, yeah.
We have.
We went out. But there, you know, I would say, again, Nottingham is a small community, and so some of the teachers and the paraprofessionals and the staff are also Nottingham residents. So we are providing, you know, jobs for some of our Nottingham residents who want to participate in their local schools with their you know, with their children or their grandchildren or whoever. And we are not throwing money out the windows at the schools, believe me. This is, you know, what it costs to run the school. And again, special education, there are laws. So some of the things are very expensive, and we are required to fund those programs and provide the education for all students. And so, you know, it gets expensive. And some of those out-of-district placements, you know, we don't have a graph of what those cost 10 years ago. Could have been a third of the cost of what they're charging. And we don't have special education student data from 10 years ago to compare. So to just see the, you know, the cost going up, you don't know what the drivers are of all of that. So some of it is just inflation and just the cost of things, but there are things that we don't have control of. And I don't know if anyone wants to purchase a new building to put a high school in, but the cost of our high school tuitions, you know, has gone up significantly. And those are, you know, unfortunately here, we don't really have any control of that. We have to educate our high schoolers. So, you know, those are our drivers. And we really looked through this budget, and, you know, like we said before, you know, not hiring that math interventionist, you know, was a difficult decision, and removing a regular ed paraprofessional was a difficult decision. But we looked and said, you know, where would it hurt the students the least if we were to cut some things? So those are the decisions that were made. I mean, you know, obviously the budget committee has, you know, the purview to look at other areas, but
Well, I think you did a good job, and I know that most of the lines in here you can't actually do anything about because they're all set by contract, and the vast majority of that is like salaries and benefits and things like that, and those are locked in on a 3-year contract. And I understand, yes, the school budget is much, much larger than the town's. We all know that. That's not what we're criticizing you about. The criticism is not that the budget is large, it's the rate at which the budget is growing. The budget is growing far faster than inflation. This is unsustainable growth. When you have the budget grow this high, and this is something that we don't choose to spend money on, this is something that we're all forced to spend money on, that means a larger and larger portion of our incomes are going to this budget here, right? So the criticism is not the size of the budget. The criticism is how much it is growing every year, right? When we see that it has increased, you know, it's almost doubled since 2009, right? There's been some years where it's not a lot, but there's been years where it's 8, 9, 7%, right? It's very high. And I understand that it's mostly driven by contractual things that you can't control. So I think you did do a good job on this year's budget. I think you did, but I think the real problem is, you know, when this stuff gets decided, in these closed secret negotiations that we had a warrant article a few years ago where the townspeople voted to open those negotiations up so that we could have some transparency on how these numbers and how these benefits and how these salaries, how all these things that drive all these increases in cost, how all those things were decided. And we never got that transparency. We got some little reports that said, oh, well, we discussed salaries. That was the end of the report. We didn't actually have any way to see what happens in these negotiations and see if we are actually getting a good deal. So that, to me, that was one of the bigger concerns. And you mentioned the out-of-district costs. And I know people don't like talking about this stuff, and you like to demonize people, and that's why people come to me and they say their concerns, and they say, I would never voice these publicly, because they get demonized. But these out-of-district costs, these are the ones that we have the sheet with the student A through F or something like that, right? Some of these costs, we're paying $157,000 a year for tuition for one student, $124,000 a year in tuition for one student, $113,000 a year in tuition for another student, and that is not even counting the transportation costs for some of these students, where I think in, like last year, I think one of them was like $56,000 to transport one student. So that could potentially mean it could be over $200,000 for one student. Now, I'm not saying that we can't spend more money on special education, and special ed student may require more attention and more spending, but at what point do we say $200,000 for one student? That, to me, that sounds unreasonable. Is there a number at which it does become unreasonable? And it's not a huge part of the budget. But when I see numbers like that, where we're paying that, I mean, that must pay like 2 or 3 people, specialists' salary. I mean, what are these schools providing that we have to pay $157,000 for? I'm assuming it's for 180 days, just like the regular school year?
Not necessarily.
No, they're usually
Okay.
residential.
All right.
Around, yeah.
And some could be,
You know, I appreciate your shock, your sticker shock too, and I appreciate the fact that you really insist on us going line by line through things. I think it's great to keep an eye on many of these items, because there is a creep, right? I totally agree with that, and I do appreciate that. I think the question is, at what point do you give up on a human, or do you throw someone away, in a sense?
No one's suggesting that. All right, we're just questioning whether or not this is a reasonable cost.
If that's what it costs.
That's what it costs.
Then how do we not pay it?
What does prison cost? What does mental health care cost? What does crime cost?
What does cancer surgery cost?
It's shocking. I understand everything is shocking at this point, but I think also it's important that we all remember that we've just come through an extraordinary time that's been unlike anything else any of us have lived through. And apparently kids in particular really bore the brunt of the learning part, of being at home. Apparently there are a lot of parents who don't do a very good job at home schooling their children, and were very anxious to get their kids back. I mean, I work in social services, and some of the kids that I had on my caseload are gone. I don't know where they are. During the COVID period. It's scary. And I know that you sympathize with that and appreciate that as well. You're a teacher yourself. Well, sort of. But I mean, I think anyone can sympathize with that. But we've come through an extraordinary time. And yes, how do we deal with all of this? And what is the end game? But hopefully the end game is that we'll deal with mental health and disabilities in better ways. And that indeed, I mean, our healthcare costs are huge, and many kids who have special needs have really involved healthcare. And boy, we could really go after the healthcare system, all of us, right? And pharmaceuticals and everything, that's a huge problem. So that drives up a lot of these, the kids are on medication, the whole bit. And although there are parents who do an excellent job of homeschooling their kids and have circumstances where it's utterly appropriate, we saw hundreds of thousands of parents who failed miserably during COVID. And I don't think that privatizing everything is the answer, because then you just have another way of making money off of children and education. So I really sympathize. I mean, these are huge costs, but I don't know what point I'm trying to make,
Yeah.
but, you know.
I hear you, and you know, it's been,
I have my platitudes, sorry.
and it's been very interesting this year. I've been asking a lot of questions about this because I would like to understand it. And, you know, I know that upsets some people, but I am trying to understand it. And it sounds to me, the more I look into it and the more I hear from you guys, is your hands are essentially tied, mostly by federal government regulations, also some state regulations. And, you know, it's a lot of unfunded mandates. John talks about this a lot, right? The federal government, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. And I don't think there was really much federal aid in here. I didn't see a lot. You know, and then we get 100,000 from the state. So they're telling us we have to do all of these things, and they're very, very expensive.
But why are they
Right.
telling us we have to do these things?
Because what is it, like about 400, 500 people in Congress decided it was a good idea?
Well, just a little group of people in a closet said, we got to find a way to screw the taxpayers? Or was it people and families and humans? I mean, you know, we had the mental institution. I mean, a lot of people were, what is the right word, deinstitutionalized some years ago. And because that was the humane thing to do, the sort of the American thing to do. And did it save us money? No. You know, it's
Well, you
caused
see,
other
the jail
difficulties.
incarceration rate goes up
Goes
very, very
way
high
up.
after the
Exactly.
deinstitutionalization.
Exactly, and homelessness and all these things. But I think, I mean, we are the government, and I don't think it's a cabal of people trying to screw us. I think it's because many people who had disabled kids or kids in need of special care demanded these changes. And maybe, you know, there's too much bureaucracy, and we all like to, you know, see things shrink. But unfortunately, it seems like American voters actually they don't want government until they want government to do what they want it to do. And, yeah, it's difficult. But, I mean, as far as kids are concerned, it seems to me, and Steve would know better than I, that we have a real tradition, especially here in Nottingham, of really stepping up to the plate for our kids here. I mean, there were quite a few schools here at one time.
They're our future.
They are future, and of course, we had different ideas about kids with disabilities at that point. Maybe we've gone overboard in other ways. But I think the humane and the ethical and the right thing to do to have a democracy is to educate our kids to the best of our ability. And again, that's a platitude. I apologize, but it's my opinion. And that's why I won't okay everything on these budgets. I think it's great we go line by line. But in terms of people's livelihood, the professionalism, and our investment in kids, I don't know what we could possibly invest in that would be more important.
I think we throw a lot of money at that, because, you know, you look at $20,000 per student, you got 20 kids in a classroom, that's $400,000. I mean, teachers aren't making $400,000, so it's like, I always ask the question, where's all the money go? It's not maintaining the building. I mean, it seems
No,
expensive,
but
but if you look at heat and electricity, it's not that, I mean, it's
People
not
who
$16 million.
No, I agree. The people who make computers want to make money. The people who make paper want to make money. The people who make textbooks want to make money. It's capitalism, right? That's why I'd hate to see education privatized.
I mean, I think you can educate kids for, I mean, a lot less than $400,000. If you got one classroom of 20 kids, we're throwing money at the problem, but what's it take? One teacher to instruct them? $400,000. We're throwing a lot of money at it.
Well, yeah, and I think.
We're investing in the future of our
Well,
country.
And a lot of it
Okay,
is
like I
healthcare
said,
and mental health needs
20
as
kids,
well.
one teacher, $400,000.
Right, but you know that doesn't,
That's-
I mean,
yeah.
you know that's not the way it works, though. It's not just one teacher, and it's the building, and it's the bus.
And the
it's
heat.
And the food.
books, and it's the food, right, it's not just, let's throw some kids in a room, charge them all $20,000, and we'll pay that
I think the
teacher.
Conval
Like,
I'm
lawsuit,
sorry,
the
this is-
recent
this is a
Conval
budget
lawsuit.
committee.
This is about budget.
Nope, but it's closed for public.
You're right, excuse me.
So there are a lot of factors, and I do think we've gone through, our hope when we had our own SAU was to look at efficiencies, look at, how we can utilize the staff we have, reimagine some of those things, and I think we've had other things that have come up, including building issues, right, and facility issues that have maybe not allowed us to finish that process, but part of that move to our own SAU was so we had an administrative level looking at our programming, looking at, are we being efficient with our staff? Are we, doing all of those things? And I think we're in the midst of that. But,
I mean, I think Tom and I are even saying, hey, we're settling for this $20,000 cost. Let's just cap it. We got an inflation rate of 3.4%. Let's try not to increase over the rate of inflation. I mean, 6.7%, that's over 3% over the rate of inflation, which means, you know, you're seeing a doubling over 20 years. That it's gonna double if we continue to increase over the rate of inflation. So I think my perspective is, you know, last year's budget, I asked this question and I don't remember, was last year's budget adequate? Probably right. The budget committee, the school board, the town people all voted on that budget. So it should be an adequate budget.
Right, but we
Let's
can't-
try to adjust for inflation, 3.4%, and provide another adequate budget.
But we have a contract with our high schools that we have to pay, and they don't just charge at whatever the rate of inflation is, and we have to pay our bus contracts that go up because they don't also follow, right, the rate of inflation, and we have teacher contracts, insurance at 13%, if you'd like to tell them we're only paying 3.4%, I mean, those are things those are things that are out of our control. So those are not numbers that we can just say, we're only gonna pay 3.4%, and, you know, those are things that we can't say that, because then we won't have buses for our students, and then we won't have a high school for our students to go to, because they went to 5%. You know, so it would be wonderful to just say, we're gonna take our budget, and we're gonna add, you know, the cost of living, whatever percentage, and then that's it, except then things don't get paid. And so it's just not feasible to take an arbitrary number and determine a budget around that, just a percentage.
I mean, businesses have to do it all the time because sometimes they can't set their revenues. I mean, the revenues are what they are, and they have to make do with what they have.
In a private
Usually they
business
pass
who
it on,
can
though.
just decide to get rid of things. right?
Raise the cost of your goods and it's move on.
So,
You don't live
pass
within
the
that
cost on
3%.
to
But
the
I mean,
customers.
we have to respect our taxpayers, you know, whose taxes are going up every year. Some people are on fixed incomes, some people are retired, fixed incomes, low income.
Right.
You know, we have to be respectful of that and try to stay as close as we can to the rate of inflation.
Absolutely.
And even the rate of inflation for some people is too high because their expenses are going up at the rate of inflation or even more, but their income is staying the same or below inflation.
And all the people in our school are residents of the town, and they are taxpayers in the town, and they are deserving of an adequate education.
so,
But shouldn't we get back on the budget?
right, so this is budget, but I will state that if you're looking at that, 3.4, that is basically what the default budget is. So if someone really feels that they would like to vote for the rate of inflation,
Well, I think
then-
even the default budget's above that.
then you would not pass the school budget, and by statute, the default budget is the previous years with the, so that would,
Well, what
someone's
happens,
right at the ballot.
what happens is we simply recommend or don't recommend. The taxpayers, the voters vote in March, and if they pass the budget, whether we recommend it or not, then that budget is the budget. If they don't pass it, then the default budget is. Nobody chooses the default budget consciously, I don't think.
Right, no, correct. So what I'm saying is if there's really two options, and, the one that is closer to that 3% rate, like he was saying, is the default. So if someone chooses not to support the budget, then it would be at the default rate.
So the default rate, I actually recalculated that, knowing now that when we see the last year's budget on the worksheet, that is including the warrant articles. So the default budget is actually a 5.8% increase in the operating budget. So that is $16,517,000 is the grand total default budget, correct?
60,517. Yep.
And then last year's budget, the operating budget on the warrant article was $15,613,000
How is that?
Before the warrant article.
before the warrant articles. So we
They
take the
gotta add the
warrant,
warrant
we're
articles
taking
in.
the warrant articles out of each of those.
Yeah, you're not including them in
Yeah.
either.
Yeah, but you gotta add them in, that's the only correct
Well,
way
not
to
for,
do it.
not for the
Well,
sake of math.
You can
I agree.
consider
We
it
could,
separately.
we can add them in or we can not add them in, but you can't take last year's number with the warrant article added in and compare it to this year's number with the warrant article removed, because that makes it
Yeah.
look like 3.48%, and that is misleading. I'm willing to redo the calculation with the warrant articles, but I don't think it'll be much different because the warrant articles with the school are very consistent year to year, right? In fact, they were a little high last year with that building one that was 140,000. That's like 50 this year, right? So
Yeah, I'm just going through
it
it
could
right now.
it could actually be a higher
That would've
increase.
been a
There was
zero
only, it
anyway.
was at 76.
It was 70,
73 or 76,000 for the science
some,
upgrades for the science labs.
The
Was the
science-
only warrant.
71,870 for the science labs.
I mean, we end up tying our hands so much with the contractual requirements and federal legal requirements that, you know, the voters end up don't even getting a choice, because even if they vote no, they get a 5% increase in the budget, which is, you know, 2.4% above the rate of inflation. And it's hardly a choice at all.
But that's why we have a deliberative session. Come to deliberative, argue it there, and then they'll vote on it. And that's it. End of story.
Sure, I mean, yeah, you're right, I guess they could amend.
Right.
Right,
That's why you have it.
Process, this is why this is step.
Always
But,
moving.
I mean, who
It shows
should,
the proposed to below the default. There's no rule that says it has to stay.
And they could raise it.
But
It
one
just
thing
can't be
they
more than
can't
10%
change at the
differential.
deliberative or any place else is the default.
No, the default is the default.
Right.
But the proposed can be adjusted,
The proposed
Mike?
can be adjusted.
up or down 10%.
Yeah, wait.
Can we move the question?
Hold on.
It's getting-
I don't think we're quite there. I was gonna say,
Moving along.
That's quite the question.
I have one last I have two 2-cent questions. My last one was, what I learned through the last few years on budget is that the school doesn't educate now like they used to, mainly because of regulations and whatnot. So while we look at this and being like, okay, it is going up, there are certain requirements, legal requirements as a school must obey that they couldn't do in years past, and that's driving their space constrictions and their budget restrictions. So just to be intellectually honest, I want to see the budget go down for sure. But to be completely fair, the school cannot do school like they did a certain years ago, and that is, you know, a lot of the driver behind this. So, I don't know if I cut anybody else. Back to budget details.
John, did you have
John
questions?
is working feverishly.
Yeah, you've been highlighting like crazy.
I did.
If you, I'll just say, if you factor in the warrant articles year to year, then the default budget is a 5.2% increase. But I think it makes more sense to look at the operating.
Tom, did you calculate that not all the
Sorry,
warrant
this is-
articles?
Superintendent, ma'am, this is for budget committee only.
So, on line, so 2170.5110.
All right, give me a minute.
Give me a page number.
On page 17 of the regular budget.
Thank you.
And page 11 of the default budget.
And which line item?
Salary, admin, assistant, student,
Student services,
students. What is that?
student services.
So, what's that mean?
The student service director has an administrative assistant, so it's basically the special ed
Okay, so
secretary.
it's a salary.
Secretary, you're right,
They're
right.
under contract, they're under,
Nope,
they're under collective bargaining?
nope.
All right, so why is it different between the default and the proposed?
Hold on. So does the proposed includes a 3%
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry.
increase?
Okay.
So the
Right, okay. Yep,
proposed,
that's why it didn't go up, because they're not under collective bargaining.
right, so the default would
Okay.
show their current salary.
So it's a-
The
it's a-
proposed is up to 3%.
Yep, okay.
Calculated at 3%.
Yep, no, got it, thank you.
Wait, but isn't the
Didn't
default's
realize-
higher, isn't it?
No, the default's lower,
Wait, I'm seeing default 52,000. Sorry. Is that-
42,000.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That was a
Few
That was the total.
Okay, so that's fine, thank you. I just didn't understand that was a person. So this is student, I guess, maybe is why I was.
Yeah, student service. There's only so many
I
words
know.
that fit on these
I
lines.
understand completely. That's fine, so, all right, I'm almost done.
like to, just as just a comment, I would like to make an amendment. This is on page 24 of today's proposed budget. Line 23105590. This is the school board expense line. I believe from past meetings, I had a note that said that part of this is for outreach, reaching out to the community to see, this is line, again, it's
Page
01.
24.
Yeah, page 24,
Fourth line down.
23105590, school board expense. And maybe it's me, or part of my understanding was, I have a concern about some of the culture of the school. And it's, we've discussed that, behavior has changed, children are changing. Even Charlotte said something about kids bearing the brunt. So we have seen a change in our culture and kids' culture since COVID. And my concern is that the school, very respectfully, might be tending in a direction that's not benefiting the student. One of the areas, it's hard to put your finger on it in the budget, one of the areas that is a concern, not just for me, but for other taxpayers, is the books or the curriculum in the library. We are seeing a trend in the sexualization of our youth, and it is reflected in this area. We did a quick show of hands on budget committee, and it was like 5 people thought, yes, these books were concerning, 6 didn't. So there's no use in taking another vote or making a thing, but I would just really like to urge and encourage the school board to do this outreach, to get in touch with parents in the community. I don't know, someone else said that people are afraid to speak up, because if you voice this concern, the trend of our national media, et cetera, is they do demonize you if you dare to voice a concern about this direction, whether it's these types of books or what some people perceive the SEL curriculum to be, and they don't want to speak up because there is a lot of demonization and public shaming in that. So I'm glad that that's in there. I understand why you didn't do your survey this year. You guys had an awful lot going on, but I really encourage you to reach out to the community and try and get to the bottom of this, because as we recommend, a prudent and acceptable use of public funds, there are a number of people in the community that are concerned about this cultural shift taking place in the school, and they don't feel it's prudent to spend public funds in this direction. No one wants to see a kid ostracized or damaged or bullied. It's none of that. Nobody's suggesting anything that way, but I'm glad it's in there, and like I said, I understand why you weren't able to do this. You guys had a lot going on, but I look forward to you guys doing that this year, if at all possible.
I think the school board does plan to do some surveys and some outreach to the community, both in that and for looking forward to the building project as well, and really having input in various areas.
Yeah, so if it was the building project, but if you could also.
Right,
kind
no,
of
I'm
talk
just
about
saying
that.
in general, I think that the
Excellent.
consensus was we used to do a climate survey that was done both in the building as well as for the community members, the greater community, and then, again, we used to offer some, nights in the school about different topics and things like that, and I think there's been discussion about bringing those things back, and that, like I said, like you stated, those have not happened yet, but there is an intention of the board to do some more of that.
I have some thoughts on that too, and I really respect Mike's perspective on this, but my take on it is that the cultural changes have happened outside of the school, particularly during COVID. And I would love to see more outreach too, but of the type that might offer parents some guidance in handling their children's accessibility to social media, and how to handle, really kids are exposed to thank you, yeah, some time ago there was sort of a media literacy push and how to look at advertising, maybe Captain Crunch wasn't the best cereal for you, how to look at things. And I think a lot of parents are really lost in technology, and kids have a lot more access to culturally questionable things, I would agree, outside of school than they do the 6 hours a day they spend in school. Most of their time is out. And every kid I know has accessibility. So I'd love to see some parenting, opportunities for parents to come together and share ideas and learn how to handle these enormous shifts, which I will be dead before I understand them all. But I think that would really be helpful, is finding other ways to bring parents together to help them cope with this. And I see schools as trying to ameliorate the difficulties the kids are facing these days. I think we know that anxiety and depression and suicide are skyrocketing, and we all want to do something about it. We might disagree on the way to do that, but I think reaching out to parents, not just surveys and how do you feel about stuff, but really reaching out to them and offering them opportunities to come together and learn how to handle the new world would be helpful.
Well, I think there's concern that it's not just cultural changes and things that are happening outside of the school. I think as we saw SEL starting to pop up on the budget document notes last year, and when we asked about it this year, it's not a thing that's just in one budget item. I believe it was said that the SEL is enthused throughout the curriculum, and that it's infused. Sorry.
Can you
You're not
enlighten us
enthused
what-
about its infusion, right?
Social emotional learning, correct?
Teaching,
Right. And it's been infused throughout the school and curriculum. It's not a one budget item thing. It's not something that one person
You're
does.
absolutely
right?
correct. Yep.
And when we bring it up, I think a lot of the concern amongst parents and things is that tucked away in this is kind of identity-based Marxism, dividing people into oppressed and oppressor groups, turning people against each other, being very divisive. And then when it's brought up here, from you or from the administration, it becomes a Mott and Bailey argument where you retreat away from that stuff and you say, oh, but it's just for suicide prevention and it's for mental health stuff. And you talk about mental health and suicide prevention because we're not going to criticize that. Who's going to criticize
So
that,
it's
right?
a Marxist plot?
I never said it was a Marxist plot.
Well, you said it
I
was
said it
based in
promotes these
Marxism.
narratives of oppressed versus oppressor, and it teaches people to think about themselves and based on their identities and their intersectionality.
Any child who feels badly about
That's all I have to
themselves
say
has a
about
true
it,
history.
is that people have a lot of really
you do
serious
either.
concerns about what is happening with their children in school. And when you send your kids to the government school, your kids spend more waking hours in the government's care than they do with you. You don't count when they're asleep. And so there are a lot of serious concerns about these things. And I think that's what Mike is getting at with some of this stuff. And they are serious concerns. And that's all that we're saying.
Well,
We're
no,
not,
I think
there's
you're
nothing
saying
that we
a
can
lot more
cut.
than that.
Budget committee
I
can't do anything
truly-
about it,
I
but there
truly
are
do.
cultural
And for those of
things.
us who have children in the school or have had children in the school, I think SEL has always been there. Hopefully, it's just now named. And there's always been teachers attempting to make sure that the kid who's bullied has a friend. That people who are disruptive don't sit together. That there are certain norms of listening to one another politely, things that most of us do value in community and in our social lives. And it just has a name now. But it's always been part of good parenting and good teaching.
Sure, and that's great stuff, and we're not criticizing that.
And that's what SEL is.
It's just
But if that's all it is, how come so many parents bring concerns to me and talk about this stuff?
I will say.
Because I don't know, I'll say, I don't know what it is. I never heard of this thing before a few months ago.
So I will say, as from a school board
Yeah.
point of view, we have a lot of policies around parents' ability to access the curriculum. They have the ability to see what their students are being taught. They can access what books are in the library. They can opt out of access to different curriculums and opt out of books in the library. So there are policies that parents absolutely have access to allow them to know exactly what is being taught to their students in school. So if there are parents who have concerns about that, there is policies that allow them to ask any of those questions and opt out of any of that.
So the curriculum's all open and you can view it.
Well,
it always
I
has
mean, the curriculum is available. I don't know if it's open on a
Online,
website
but-
somewhere. Well, I'm not guaranteeing that you can click on the website and find a curriculum for second grade math. I mean, I don't know that, but what I'm saying is, that parents do have a right to request information about the curriculum.
All right. Well, I've said
So
for
let's
multiple,
get
I've said
on-
for multiple weeks now, when I go to the school's website and I go to academics/curriculum/alignments, I am unable to access the social studies for grades 7 and 8 in health. All the other ones work except for those ones. And I've raised this multiple weeks now and it still says access denied when I go to it. I'm not saying you're hiding anything. It's just,
Good to have
it's
those
weird.
up. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that's, I think, just as administrative, their person who does a website, that's just a kind of
Sure.
stipulated extra person. And so there are some things, obviously. with
But they're also the most controversial subjects, right?
high school.
Social studies and health, right? Those are probably the most nationally controversial things that go on in the schools. I think it's
Maybe
fair to say
literature,
that.
English. too,
Request
yeah.
access, you'll get it.
If it's a public thing that's open to the public, I shouldn't have to request access to it. It's supposed to be on the website.
That's how right to know requests work. It's not that it's immediately available to everybody at all
But
times.
all the other
That's not
grades
feasible.
and subjects are.
Can I please finish?
Thank you.
It is not that it is openly available to all people at all times in any form that they want. It's that if they go and they ask, they can get the information they're looking for. It's not a reasonable ask or a burden onto any public entity to provide all information to all people at all times.
That's why I said, there's a policy that parents can access that information.
Let's get back to the budget.
Yes, thank you.
Got anything else?
I do.
It's
What
not
do you got?
I'm done.
Budget item.
All right, so,
I have a,
Oh, we get a
John.
budget item? Oh.
did the school board talk about, their annual stipend? I know that the town has taken a decrease the last 2 years. And I don't know if that came up in conversation at all.
We did not
What
discuss.
budget line is that?
It is line, it's on page 23, bottom of the page, line 231051110. My eyes are getting squinty.
Salary school board?
Yeah, so it's too bad Robert Kelly had to leave because he had a spreadsheet where he had what all the surrounding towns pay for these things. And I believe you said that this is a higher number that we'd provide in stipends than the surrounding towns, didn't he?
Well, yeah, but I mean, so the selectmen are down to 2,000 each, so 10,000 total.
And I think it's fair to say you guys don't do this for the money. You're doing this as a public service and because you like the kids and you care about education, right?
I would say it's not
Yeah.
a big.
And I understand it's a huge time commitment.
Yeah, it's a huge type.
And you got to drive back and forth to meetings. I understand all that.
I would like to say on this, if I'm not interrupting you, John. Actually, in our next meeting, I was gonna suggest for the town board of selectmen to bump their salary back up. And so that pertains to this particularly because I don't want money to be a reason or not a reason for someone to do it because there is missed time, there's missed work, there's missed work days, et cetera. And so if somebody doesn't quite have the same means, maybe that extra $1,000, small as it is, might be enough to get someone else without the financial means to represent some people on board of selectmen, so.
I agree with you.
I
Yeah.
thought, as we were, from our last meeting to this, I was kind of thinking, man, I like the idea of keeping that up for just a little more equal representation, I
I
thought.
think you're right, yeah.
And for the same reason, keeping this one where it is.
Well, the reason I brought it up was, I think honestly, they should be pretty equitable and the same, whatever that decision is.
Mhm.
So when we debate that number,
They should.
Good
Should
thing
be
to
the
keep in
same.
mind, there's five.
there's 5 in each.
for both,
Right.
yes.
And you could argue that the select board has to attend more meetings, but theirs are probably longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think probably is an answer to that one based on Megan's expression.
I know.
And then there's the contract negotiations
Right.
and.
There are subcommittees,
things, right.
there's
Right.
different subcommittees.
Right, they're probably fairly equitable.
They would
I
be,
do
Has
believe
anyone
this
served on
increased- Yeah.
I was just wondering, has anyone served on both that could give like a apples to apples comparison? No.
I would say out of all of our elected positions, they have to be the two biggest time commitments
Oh, yeah, of
by
course.
a tremendous
Right.
amount, right?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
I can't think of anything else that's probably even remotely close.
Are you making a suggestion?
How about that moderator?
I wasn't making any suggestions yet, other than I think there probably should be the same.
Just something to noodle on while we're looking at these two together.
Yeah.
How about this moderator salary? It used to be $200 budgeted, now it's $700. Why don't we kick that down to $200? I don't think anyone's doing that job for the money.
I'd like to.
I think if anything, you should increase that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I agree with you, Steve.
I would
agree with you
say,
also, 'cause it's,
we've looked at a lot of these different numbers, right? And we've looked at these budget items 100 different ways, and I think what we heard from the Board of Selectmen and elected board, and what we've been hearing, I think, by what we've seen overall from our school board, and also, I will say my personal opinion, I think the hardest thing to do is find good people and keep good people. So if there is anything that we have an option of cutting first, I would always rather look at a material good on a year-to-year basis than look at a personnel-based good, because I think from my own experiences hiring and firing a large organization, I think finding good people and keeping good people is one of the hardest things that you do as an employer. So I think equality is also a great point, and equity, and I think we should look at that. But I would say my personal preference is to look at the material items as much as we can over the salary and human-based, or not human-based.
I would agree
guess,
with you.
but
I do.
Salary
You
and
need that
resource-based,
continuity,
yes, items as opposed to those. So that would be my.
It doesn't save money to
position.
not have good people in.
No, I
in
think it hurts you in the
place.
long run,
I think that
unfortunately.
chaotic coming and going is very
It's
expensive.
tough. I would agree. Yeah, training people up and getting them up to speed is a long and expensive process, and then losing people that you've trained is a big hit financially.
Yep, I agree.
But it is the largest expense for the school, is the personnel.
100% agree.
And it doesn't make sense to have
No
more
people.
people than you need,
Nope.
right?
Agree there
And
too.
so that's why the only thing I would think to even, to propose in that sense, I mean, personally, I don't think that we need to have a curriculum director with how much of the curriculum is being provided by these textbooks that we're purchasing that come with curriculum and all the summer curriculum stuff and all this other stuff. Aside from that, you know, the one thing that we did look at was the number of students in each grade. And that one grade, I don't remember if it was 6th or 7th or something like that, but it only had 49 students in it, but we have 3
Sixth.
teachers for
I
it.
think sixth
And the
was
argument,
small.
and I know the argument was that, well, that's a middle school one and they move from class to class. But, you know, at what number, you know, if that goes down to 40, do you reduce it to 2? There must be a way to accommodate it where one teacher teaches 2 subjects. I have to imagine it works that way now anyways. If you only have 3 teachers, there must be more than 3 subjects in school. So they're already teaching multiple subjects. And then I think that is really one of the few areas where you could reduce staffing here, and that would probably be a pretty big reduction in ongoing costs, and with no real impact to the children, because that would still be a fairly small class size of 24.
So I will share that that class will be in 7th grade next year, and 7th and 8th grade is actually already kind of shared. So they, because there are, you know, a specific math teacher, a science teacher, a science/math teacher, those are already shared for 7th and 8th grade. So if you cut one of those teachers, then it would impact 7th and 8th grade, and where 7th grade is the small class, but 8th grade is not, it would, I'm not sure it would be even a feasible option for, again, for the middle school model. Unless you're just saying, we're just not gonna teach a subject anymore, because, again, they share 7th and 8th grade, teams. Like 6th grade is kind of its own, there's 3 teachers and they teach, and then in 7th and 8th grade, they could have one of a variety of teachers. So I'm not sure that that's an option.
Okay.
For the middle school. So, again, and we've stated before, we do have really strong middle school numbers because we have made it a point that we are hiring teachers that are certified in their area. So right now, you know, they may, in 6th grade, teach social studies and language arts, but we want them certified in those areas. So I think upend that for a year and then throw it back in to try to find a certified teacher that you've just removed or anything like that. It's just very disruptive to the middle school model. And we've heard from our high schools that our students are very well prepared to go to high school. And I know personally, I would really be concerned with upending the model that we found very successful.
Okay.
in middle school.
So bearing that, I mean, that's really the only idea I would, that and the curriculum director, the only ideas I would have that would eliminate a substantial amount from this budget, because thankfully the school administration took a lot of our suggestions and comments that we made throughout this process, and you've already put them in here and implemented them, so we don't really need to go through this and, you know, propose line edits and things like that. And, you know, I always think about it as, what choice are we gonna give to the voters on the warrant that they get, right? So as it stands, the choice that voters they're gonna get a choice between the proposed budget and the default budget. The proposed budget is a 6.7% increase, and the default budget is a 5.8% increase. So unless we could cut this proposed budget down by many hundreds of thousands of dollars to get it under 5.8, you're not gonna give them any better choice. So I really have no action items to propose.
So no motion on the curriculum director or?
And I want to say
No,
that.
I mean, if there's actual support for that type of thing, I'll propose it, but it doesn't sound like there's that much support for it.
But it sounds like we discussed the curriculum director before, and this is a person who organizes and manages all of this whole curriculum development through the school, correct? And eliminating that person, then you have all of this stuff without any person centrally organizing it and directing it.
You have to ask Megan.
I feel like the curriculum director is a holdover from back when we had actual textbooks and things, and now that they're purchasing these programs and calling them textbooks that come with lesson plans and curriculum stuff like that, I don't know if it's really something that is required anymore. It kind of sounds like a deprecated function. A very expensive one too, $148,000, I think it
I think that's
was.
a new position,
The
relatively
curriculum
speaking, right?
director, I mean,
It used to be with the SAU, right?
new, so it's,
Oh, is that what it was?
the curriculum director, the history of the curriculum director in Nottingham was that the board at the time, this is before my time, felt that, because we were an SAU with 3 schools, that we were not really getting the attention that we felt we needed for the curriculum. So it is not just how to read a book. I mean, that's not, they receive textbooks, right? And that's, but there's team alignment, vertical alignment. There's making sure that this team is, you know, in first grade, that you're getting to this level in math. So the next year they're starting here and going to the next level. It's not just, here's a book for first grade and, you know, if you didn't finish, oh well, the next year we're just gonna start second grade book, right? There's a lot that goes into curriculum. There's also a substantial, we do use testing data to help drive what we decide as a school board, as well as individually as teams. So they use a lot of testing data to see how students are doing, how they're achieving. If there's an area they didn't really get, that maybe we have to, that the teachers have to revisit because a lot of the students didn't really, you know, hit numbers in an area. And so the curriculum director oversees all of that testing and providing that data, both at the school level and data team meetings, but also to the school board. So there's a lot that the curriculum director oversees. So it's not just kind of how to use this.
Does the curriculum director like choose what textbooks are gonna be purchased?
So
Like
there's
they
a
evaluate options for that?
There's a process, they're part of the process, so they look at what's available. There's teams within the school. If it's math and we're looking at math, there's a curriculum cycle, so we look at if we have it for 6 years, so when we're getting to year 4, we might start seeing what else is available, if that fits with what we're using, if there's a new program that we want to look at, it could be piloted, then see if it wants to be purchased. So there's a lot of those decisions, then that comes to the school board. So there's a lot of things that happen outside of a 3rd grade teacher just knows what they have to teach, right? There's an overarching curriculum plan, and that's what the curriculum director really oversees and supports.
So could the curriculum director then evaluate and explore kind of free alternatives? So Sandra mentioned that there's all sorts of great, programs and resources out there available for homeschoolers and stuff. And various universities have made open source, educational programs with videos and things like that and materials. And I wonder if, for the $147,000 a year that we're paying for this person, that maybe they could explore if there are some free or open source alternatives to these textbooks that we're purchasing that are costing $25,000 every year or something, and they expire every 6 years, right? To me, that just blows my mind that a textbook would expire, right? That you should probably
Access to the.
your access
online,
exactly.
Either, or the
Yeah.
consumables, because you're purchasing that as well, so those
Yeah.
work.
So the school has basically transitioned probably slowly into a textbooks as a subscription service type thing, right? Textbooks as a yeah. And so that has really, that's added to the expense, You can't say, oh, well, it's a tight budget year, we'll just keep our textbooks for another year and we'll put a nice cover on them so they don't fall apart. It's, oh, it expired, we have no access, they
But if we
basically
even
stopped
have
working.
a Windows thing for the school, that is not something you can buy anymore. That you buy a subscription for a year or how many, and that's the way the school works too.
Right, every business is trying to move to these subscription things because it's
Absolutely,
more
and you can't
profitable,
fight it.
right?
How do you fight it?
That's the environment we live in. And I understand with some of those free options, I do think they explore those things. We have to remember that we have to use curriculum that is developed for curriculum. We can't just find a website and be like, this looks great to teach some math, and then you're like, oops, it's not teaching it the right way. So we can't just pick and choose from free source thing. There is fidelity that we need to make sure that if we're teaching first grade, that we're not like, this year we're gonna use this, and next year, first grade, we're gonna teach that, right? The curriculum is designed so that students have a good foundation and they build on that foundation. And we need to be sure that that's what we're providing and not just picking and choosing from random sources that may not be available next year or may be, right?
Well, if they're free, you can copy them and they're available forever. And what's nice about a good curriculum director, I would assume, could identify the gaps and the shortcomings of some of these things, and they could work to develop them and make them better, and then they can put that back out into the community for other schools to benefit from. And if we start moving in that direction, then we don't pay for textbooks as a service. We actually compile free open source textbooks and programs that can be used by all school districts across this country.
I think that's a great idea, and maybe that's something like researchers could do in colleges and things like that.
Well, I would
too.
think for $147,000, we're getting somebody who's very capable at curriculum development. Maybe this is something they could look into.
So I will
Thank you for
relay
your
that
suggestion.
information since I am not the curriculum director. I will relay that information. Thank you. All right.
John, did you have any other specific line? I see you're still furiously highlighting.
No, that was,
Did you want to return to the school board salary?
nobody looks up. I
She's sitting right next
just
to you, John.
suggest that if we decide, whatever we decide on the town, I would suggest that we make the same, amount.
Equality,
Equality is just,
it does make sense.
yeah. I mean,
Sorry, Meg.
I agree with that.
So what, you want to make a motion to lower it to match the town one?
No.
You want to make a motion to lower it to match the town one?
Sure, let's do it. We haven't made any motions all
We
night.
haven't made any motions all night. I mean, I guess the question becomes, did we want to talk about the town one? And you were suggesting raising that. I mean, we have the ability to make changes on any of these.
Yes, we do.
I would agree. I would just make a note that we got a ton of information tonight on the town
Right.
budgets, recalculations of the
Right.
tax cap, emails from Ellen with answers to a bunch of our questions. I tried scanning over before the meeting started, but obviously I'm way behind. So if we're gonna compare apples to apples, I would caution that we wanna wait until we've had a chance to digest that. That would be my only.
And I would probably suggest, instead of making any motions tonight specifically, maybe we take a look at some of this stuff. I mean, it depends on what time people want to get out of here.
Right now.
But we do have.
An hour ago.
We do have that file, and we can come back Thursday and make all the motions we want.
I like that idea.
I do
I
too.
think we need a little
some
more time to
Yeah, I need
digest
time.
everything. I would
Well, that's why
agree
was
with
just
you
saying,
there.
let's, if we wanted to take a quick look through it, make sure we got everything we asked for, and
Even the school budget, like, this is the first time we've had the finalized version.
Correct.
I mean, I don't wanna make a
Right.
final motion to accept anything. I'd rather have a chance to look at it and.
I agree, I agree 100%.
So does it sound?
Although I'll say, I'm very appreciative. These are all nice final documents and everything's in order. It's great.
Right.
It's good.
Excellent to have everything all as one packet, so thank you, even though I
Yeah,
split it
no,
up and put it in
it's
wrong
It's very
places.
appreciated that we got that.
All previous.
So then, what do you guys think? Do we want to kind of take the school budget as it is and we'll just kind of table it for now and we'll revisit it in a week? Do our recommendations on the budget and the warrants? Is that?
I like that idea.
I think that's why.
I think
I think
if we
it's
take next
I think-
Thursday to try to look at the two of them,
Yep.
we'll have much more time to digest them all.
I think we've done enough discussion on the town one the other night and enough
Yep.
discussion on this one tonight that we don't need to rehash too much of it.
I don't think anybody's changing anybody else's minds or
No, no,
opinions
no.
on topics at this point. It seems like a lot of people.
Plus, we're down a member tonight, so.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be nice to have
Right.
full strength. Now, do we need to have, before we move off school to our town packet, do we need to have any discussion or clarification on the warrants?
I think they're all pretty clear.
No.
Other than,
For
the
the
only
school,
thing,
yes, for the school warrants.
the only thing with the school warrants was whether or not we can change it from unassigned fund balance to a raise and appropriate.
Thank you.
Well, that was a question that,
That's a question for their lawyers, I guess.
Yeah, 'cause
I don't
We
think,
do it, I guess, without a public
I don't
hearing.
think it changes the meaning of the
Can
warrant
I
article
ask-
or the dollar amount, so it might be okay.
Can I ask the sentiment of this group, if that would be supported? I don't know. Again, the school board would have to look and ultimately decide if that's something that we would be comfortable with, changing.
So-
But is it the suggestion of the
Quick show of hands of who would
Show of
be.
hands of if it's supported? I don't
Can
know.
Before
Let's have a
we
little
do that,
discussion.
Yeah.
can we have, can we clarify it, because that was a few hours
Yeah.
ago
Yes.
before break.
Yeah.
And then,
What I'm
let's
voting on.
just clarify what we're opining on, and then we'll see if we can even do it. Go ahead, Sue. Yes.
Just one question.
Yep.
I'm wondering if you want to hold something over for the hearing purpose, that you don't adjourn the hearing.
no, we already adjourned the hearing. We closed the hearing.
But,
The public
We
hearing?
close,
You can reopen it.
Oh,
I don't think you
it's not
can.
posted.
think
I'm
not
just wondering if you
changing.
just,
7 days
if you just
notice.
carried this meeting forward, but, I don't know, I'm just wondering what an attorney would say.
That would-
Right,
we have
it would
to
be
have
part of the attorney conversation if
Yeah.
it would impact, if that language was changed, if it would impact, if it would have to have reopen the public hearing, and if it's feasible to do it after we've already
Because the-
gone through this process.
The voters, the legislative body has to, this is for their benefit,
Mm-hmm.
and
Right.
it would raise,
Yep.
because it would all go in, so it would be raised and appropriate, and increase.
yeah. And this would also, just by way of conversation, so I was emailing back and forth with Ellen today, we may have to have a town hearing again as well.
It sure looks like it based on her email.
It sure looks like, yeah, thank you for checking that over too.
Yeah.
So,
That was what I was reading. That was the first thing I checked.
I don't see why not.
No, they could be, yes.
'Cause we'll have to-
But
we have to
It
post
has
it.
to be before Tuesday.
The last day is the proposed
25th?
29th.
No, Tuesday.
No, the public hearing.
Tuesday coming up.
You have, your last day for the budget committee to deliver the budget and the warrant articles is the 25th of
Right,
January.
for the public hearing.
What's the last day for the
Oh,
public?
Last day to
for the
hold
public
one
hearing.
budget hearing is Tuesday, January 16th.
Yeah.
That's the,
5
what is it?
days.
Because that has to
5
be
days.
10 days in advance of when it's due?
7 days.
Or,
Yeah.
well, we
I
have to
know.
post
We
it
have
for
to post
7.
it.
And you have to
Which
have
we
that
don't even have
posting
now, 'cause we
period.
only have
We're
5.
past that.
We can't put, yeah.
But that's what
It's too late.
this says last day, but is that last day legally or last day is in,
Last
that's
day
what we
legally.
wrote? Okay, so it has to be at least 10 days in advance of when it's due? Is that what it's based on, or?
On or before the third
9.
Tuesday in January.
It might be 10 days before deliberative.
Oh, is that what it is?
No.
I know there's some 10-day, everything has to be posted and out in the public.
Well, no,
Right.
the
This is
parameters,
the
according to the
DRA schedule. Do you
RSA,
have-
at the end of it say, on or before the third Tuesday in January, is what the parameters say.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what you're reading
Oh,
there.
yes.
That's
The
what you
last-
have, Sue.
16th.
The
Oh,
last
yeah.
day
So
for the
third-
budget committee to deliver a budget and warrant article recommendation.
It's on before the third day, which is the 15th.
Which is the hearing requirement, it has to be, that's what, the dates are filled in, but
Right.
the statute from the RSA
Yeah.
is on or before the third Tuesday in January,
Right.
which is the 16th.
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 So we can't hold any more public meetings. Interesting. Well, now we're gonna pull that off then.
Right, because this be posted.
Yeah, it's gonna be posted for
Yeah.
7 days.
Yeah.
So we can't do it.
No, it's too late.
I think we ask a lawyer.
But if we can't
I don't
do
know what else we
that,
did.
you could amend it at the,
Well, that's what I think
The
think,
question is, can you amend the funding source?
well, that's what,
Right,
right,
that's the
because there are
question.
certain,
What can we
there's
have-
certain
But from the
stipulations
town
of what you
perspective,
can
we're still
amend
gonna
it
get
deliberative as well. So I think if we were asking legal, it would be those questions. If that could be amended without public hearing, and if not, could it be amended at deliberative session?
because realistically, if we don't fund it through taxation, we need to know that because our budget, right, it's being funded from this budget, the excess in this budget, which really,
Which would be
if we were,
the special education.
if we were very conservative with how we were doing this budget, there would be no leftover, right?
So-
I mean, a good question to this board is, do we feel like the warrant articles should be funded through taxation? I mean, at least if we have a consensus in the school board,
At least then we
know
can
whether,
suggestions.
They are funded through taxation, no matter
yeah,
what.
ultimately, right? Yeah, we.
Whether it's
Just when it comes down
guaranteed
to it.
or coming from that other fund. But a quick reminder, because I think Mike said just a quick reminder, make sure we're all on the same page. The question is changing it from on Article, I can't remember, 4?
Just as a couple of them. So it would be 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, so 4, 5, and 6, those are all currently listed as from the unassigned, or the fund balance, which is the remaining money at the end of the year of the budget, and it may or may not exist at the end of the year. The other one would be to change it to raise and appropriate, which means that it's gonna guaranteed get funded through taxation at a certain level.
If it passes.
If it passes, yes.
Right.
Sorry, if it passes. So the question would be, does this board in general like the idea of trying to be, I guess, a little tighter with the budget and a little firmer with the warrant articles as
It's a little
opposed
clearer too, I think.
I would propose that we wait before doing that because we have a whole new SAUs, you know, I mean, they're still getting their information straightened out from 44. Traditionally, we've had a lot of money returned, but we have gotten a lot better at budgeting. So yeah, we're heading that direction, but I don't think we're ready to, I mean, we took a step this year. The first one, the building maintenance funded through the warrant article. The other thing, there is also a risk that if they don't fund it that way, people may have the tendency to say no. Because now they're seeing, oh, this is going to raise my taxes this much, when, oh, I will vote yes on something that doesn't really cost me anything extra.
This year.
So, yeah.
Once it cannot be taken out of fund balance at the end of the year if it fails. So like, there's not an option to like, well, if it doesn't pass, then we can
We'll
fund
still
it with
try for fund balance after the
That
fact.
it-
Yeah, I see
it
what
would
you're
no
saying.
longer be able- The only way to fund it is through the
good point.
warrants.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that there is a probability to write it both ways. If this doesn't, then do this. I think I've seen that.
There-
Oh, like an if.
That's really greasy.
Well, that's, I was gonna say.
No, but
that's
it says,
No matter which way you vote, if they're spending the money,
Yeah,
that's super
Well, only
greasy.
if there's,
no, only if
Fund
there's fund
balance.
balance. It's saying it doesn't pass for raise and appropriate. But they can vote both, they can vote,
That would have to
it's getting late.
it's
You
not
can
two
vote
articles.
both warrant articles down.
Or you mean to make 2 separate warrant articles?
Yes.
Yes.
I guess that's okay.
And another ballot.
So it's not slippery. The taxpayers have a control of it, but it's saying, no, I don't guarantee that we're spending this.
but they could vote
But
both of them yes.
Then you have,
Well, I guess you have to say if Article
Yes.
X passes.
Or, yeah,
One of
yeah.
those, if it doesn't pass, then.
Way too
So-
confusing.
there are ways to write it. I know we've seen that.
If that's the plan, you're losing my support, because the whole point of doing this was to take away the thing that says it doesn't cost any money.
So,
That was the reason I supported it.
Anyway, do you
So-
have, sorry.
John, were you finished about just
Yeah,
saying
no, I
that?
think
Okay.
so.
And I do share some of that sentiment. We've been through a couple business administrators, and I think the budgeting process, again, it used to be done by, SAU 54, right? And it has become more local. 44. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, whatever it was.
It's like it's 11 o'clock at night or
I work
something.
at 56, so I'm like, have to live in
You've already submitted the warrant articles,
So,
though, so you
no,
can't.
SAU 4 was doing the budget, and so and obviously, local admin was a part of that, but I do think we're, again, getting some more of that local control with our SAU, looking at the budget, but it has been the trend recently that they've become smaller and smaller fund balances. So I agree, again, it was discussed at the board, we did decide that we felt the most important one to fund was the building, with the age of the building and starting to see some systems really fail. We do know, again, roof and things like that, that was the one that was discussed to fund, to raise and appropriate. So, I don't know if it would be the full, board approval to change them at all.
Can we just do a show just
Do you
for
want
your
just
own-
a general knowledge so you can get a feel?
So I could share that information with the board, that would be helpful.
So if you, I guess, sorry for jumping in, but if you think it's a good idea to change, to recommend that they think about, it might not work this year, Articles 4, 5, and 6, to change the verbiage to raise and appropriate instead of coming from unassigned fund balance, if that's a good idea, I guess. I think it's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea if that's all they're doing, but not making 2 warrant articles for each one.
Right.
That's all we're talking about right now.
So it's about,
I'm abstaining because
I'm gonna abstain because I'll be part of the conversation, so.
But there does seem to be some support, but it's a kind of midline. So
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
take that for what it is.
I got a question, so we
I think we need to have more detail in being able to, we want to have some budget experience. It would be good to look at
Another year
like
or two of.
3 years worth of numbers is really what you want to look at. And that way we can say, okay, we're watching this one go up, this one go down, this one stays the same, whatever, But if we have 3 years worth of numbers, it'll give us a much better, better budgeting.
I got a question. So we have this sheet here that's titled undesignated fund balance.
is that a town
That's
sheet?
from
That's
town.
town.
That's town, okay.
Yep, so not
That's the
quite
new one
yet.
from tonight.
Two different things.
Yep.
That's town.
So.
Almost everything we got for those handouts is town tonight.
So how does everyone feel about school? So have we met, I guess one question is, have we met all the requirements
Public
of
hearing.
the public hearing?
Yes,
Yes.
because we
Okay, we
presented
closed it
the
earlier.
budget, the default.
It's done.
Yes.
So we
Well,
questioned-
yes, we have, and we
questioned
closed
that before we start having all these
Okay.
discussions.
So then this is, and then, so the consensus is we're gonna meet in 1 week, and then we will do our recommendations of the budget and the warrant articles as we have here. I don't think,
for both the town and the school.
I don't know about the town.
We're,
Just for the purposes of the school,
and we're thinking about the town, and we might discuss the town at the next one.
yeah, I have to talk to Ellen. I guess
But we
I have
still
to-
gotta figure out the public meeting concept.
So
Yeah, so what's going on with that? We need to.
Well, so are we good with school stuff before we move on?
I have one last question.
One last
School impact fees, you got about 30,000 or so expiring between now and the next time there'd be any warrant articles for bonds or anything for additions. And then I don't know when you have to take the impact fees for paying for some sort of school addition, so it could be significantly more than $30,000. Are there any plans to do any low dollar item things at the school that expand capacity, such as adding outdoor storage in the form of shipping containers, or anything that you could do to use this impact fee stuff before it is expired?
So yeah, so I believe shipping containers would not qualify, because it can't be for,
Can't be tied to growth.
it has to be, and so.
But what if it makes room inside the building for one-on-one? Let's say, for example, the locker rooms that are full of chairs and stuff, if you turn that into some one-on-one instruction space and you move all the chairs into a storage thing outside, that would be expanding educational
So if we found another
space.
space, not the locker room, to educate students would probably be a better space. And I'm not sure if there is one in the building, to be honest. I do believe Facilities Committee has continued to look at that. And I believe they requested, I actually shared my impact fee schedule with the administration, because we haven't seen a recent one. But the Facilities Committee was looking at seeing if there was things that would qualify under impact fees to utilize those funds for something within the school. So I know that they're discussing that.
Expansion of the playground,
Yeah.
because limited space or
Yeah.
use of.
So looking at what, and really getting kind of a little more direction of what the impact fees were designed for and if something meets that criteria.
We don't
that
wanna
could be
lose
done.
them.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate how many have gone back without being used. So I do think it has been on the board's mind to consistently revisit that. And it comes typically in the spring as we're looking into the summer when it would be appropriate to be doing projects like that. So I will bring that to the board again.
Outdoor classroom.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I love
Bet
that.
you wish you had one of
I
those
love
during
that.
COVID,
Build a
right?
pavilion.
I love that.
Concrete base in a pavilion, increase outdoor educational spaces.
That'd be awesome.
So it sounds
I'm
like.
getting loopy.
All right. yeah,
Okay, what's next?
Okay, so we've closed everything to do with the school. We'll meet next Thursday, 1/18 at 7 o'clock, and we'll do our recommendations for the school, proposed budget, and warrant articles.
And the CIP meeting is at 5:30 before that, so we
On
will
the
try to.
16th, on the 16th.
So do we come to?
Are we talking about the 18th or the 16th?
No, they're just going to.
We're just gonna have a quick little thing.
We're talking Thursday.
Oh, we're
We'll
talking
definitely
Thursday, so
do
we're not meeting Tuesday.
Even if we meet on Tuesday for the 10th.
Oh,
Or
Well,
that's-
maybe we can do
we'll
it all on
decide
Tuesday.
that. I'm just saying, if
Oh,
we're
yeah.
here on
You're
Tuesday, if we
meeting on
have to meet
Tuesday,
on
right?
Tuesday for a public hearing.
I'm gonna be happy.
Won't be ready.
Noted.
hopefully we can, sorry, let me take all that back. Hopefully we can do it on Tuesday, but if we get tied up with town till late,
Yeah.
then we will at least do this on Thursday.
So we're meeting
So-
on Tuesday and then for the town, and then we're meeting on Thursday for the
Maybe,
school.
we gotta check
You'll
and
let us
confirm with
know.
Ellen.
So the next meeting is
Thursday.
18th,
For sure.
and you'll get back to us if that.
If it's also the
But
sixth.
So
yeah,
we should be
yeah.
checking our emails to see if we should be here on Tuesday.
Very clear.
Yes.
So, okay.
Okay.
Do we want to flip through, so all our school portion is closed, so thank you very much.
Thank you very
everyone,
much.
School portion.
Thank you.
Hallelujah.
We're not gonna say anything too early when you walk out the door.
Before you guys leave, I know you asked for binders, here's a whole mess of binders. You guys like,
All right.
I scanned
You
it,
want a
so-
motion to adjourn?
No,
Yes.
we're not adjourning yet. We're not adjourning.
We can't do it.
Yes, we can.
We have, you can make a motion.
I know, I know.
I bet I could get a vote.
A couple minutes?
Are we close, if we're close to being finished, then?
I really honestly have no idea. Yep,
Look at that.
a couple minute break if anybody needs a.
What about a leave vote?
There was
We're
a
talking
snake
school
in there.
stuff.
That was the correct response, yes.
Just hand him an empty box.
Or you're gonna be really confused if you got the wrong one.
Tom, I thought we were supposed to be taking this material out of the library and I'm adding more into it.
87 VHS tapes from the 90s.
Dividers, if you come across extra dividers, we need those too.
Oh, man. Good thing I didn't watch the South Scan tonight.
Who are they playing?
Bucks
With a shillelagh?
with a shillelagh. Yeah, the Bucks beat them 135 to 102.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bill.
Take care.
At least I don't have to look tomorrow.
Hardworking guy.
Why'd we kick everybody out?
We didn't
They
kick
didn't-
anybody
they didn't.
out.
No, they
All
just,
right.
They
We
didn't
said we were
stay.
done with school stuff and they didn't need to listen to us talk about, what do we got next, subcommittees?
And we're doing a bathroom break here?
Yes.
I may need one of those pies to get through.
I might as well go if he's.
You're on the clock.
I said I may need to go out and get one of those pies.
Oh, yeah, there's
Or
cake
cakes
there.
to get through.
There's a cake, we can have dessert.
Some of John's favorite bread.
No, I don't know if that's there.
Oh, do you have a
Maybe we should
favorite?
have cake.
We're gonna need it. Why didn't we bring coffee?
I know. I'm
At
reluctant
some point tonight, I
now
do
to
want
We
take
should bring
stuff
coffee,
knowing
there's
that.
always cake out there.
I know, seriously. Although poor Tom got like crucified on Facebook for eating during a meeting.
That was the most exciting thing that happened this year.
That was so
Small
funny.
town.
My wife's texting me halfway through the meeting, why are you eating? I was like, I am what?
I think we should go eat now. Who wants some food?
Yeah.
What's there for food?
Get something chocolate.
I didn't look at the food.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
We went all that way.
I can't eat any of that.
No, there isn't a thing out there Megan can eat.
There's like
Get
8
this
loaves of
meeting done.
Rats have probably
We're getting-
eaten the
we're working on
most
it,
of
Steve.
everything.
No, we're done.
We're very close to done. I gotta wait for the guys to come back.
So your email here. I didn't read.
coffee was a poor choice.
It's heavy and there's a lot of
My
answers on the back
hydration.
too. It takes a bit to paw through. I have got through it. I decided I'd digest it more this weekend.
Was there answer on what?
I do it
Any
justice.
reports, right?
Yeah, work tomorrow.
Should have been postponed.
You get out early?
What?
I will, that's ugly, but all I'm thinking of
No,
now
There's a
there
message
isn't.
from Ellen?
is back to
It probably should have been postponed.
to work at 2:15, which means I gotta leave the house at 5:30, which means I gotta get up at 5, which means I have 6 hours of sleep. I've been doing that math for like 2 hours.
We have final figures.
For my job, I said you have to get up at 3 or 3:30 in the morning.
I don't know.
So we'd be eating dinner, and I'd be like, guys, I gotta be home in 6 hours. I gotta be up at 5.
Yeah, I am exhausted.
Wait, next week, when's this from today?
Luckily, I don't have to get up those kind of hours.
This says. Board of
Usually I
Selectmen's gonna
work
meet
like
next
8 to
week,
5,
so I
but-
don't even know.
Come on, come on.
What day are we talking about?
Almost there.
We are very close.
So this is,
More
find the
about
letter from her.
schedule than,
Good lord. Okay, there it
than
is.
what the paper.
I don't even know how to file this, Stephanie.
I'm gonna assume there wasn't any committee reports from 2 days ago. Committees haven't met in 2 days. Jeff's going, I don't care if we did or not. Nope. Nope.
Oh, sorry, I'm a fast reader.
Call us back to order.
Okay, so,
Full line reader.
Oh.
Read it like
Oh,
full sentences.
so in this
specialist you.
packet that was on the table was some pending issues from Tuesday. So we have the minutes from last week, the 3rd, which we will put off till our next meeting.
Sorry, I don't think I got a copy of that.
It was all the stuff on the table. Did you not get all that stuff? There's,
Someone may have grabbed it thinking.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me, right?
I will resend them as well if it's not all there.
no, I think you're missing a few sheets.
Yeah, I
Tom.
think there's,
So,
There's
I'm not sure.
I think the public took as much as they could.
Well, Owen said that he got all this stuff, and I'm looking at my email, like, I didn't see anything.
Yeah. No, it was all
There were
sitting
papers
on.
on the thing when I sat down, so I assumed I got everything.
That may have been in them.
No, this
No.
is the school budget
Oh, that was
stuff,
the school
because I
stuff.
thought the same thing. I was like,
Yeah.
I will resend all of this on Saturday if we're lucky. I'll have to do it Saturday, 'cause depending on when we meet. The email is from Ellen, is in response to an email that I sent her on Wednesday. Her answers are in red, and this was just some of the things that we wanted
It's a
clarification
complete package.
Thank you.
from. So one of the thing was the pistol permit line has been renamed.
okay.
She talked about the 16% increase. The revenue sheet, she included a current revenue sheet in our packet over there, which, like I said, I will send that out.
This one? Or-
It is this one with the colored line,
Oh,
the colored
okay,
boxes.
new one, yep, got it.
So that'll show the update to the police pistol line, permit line.
But it also is as of
Oh,
12/31/23, so it's
Forever.
actuals through the end of the
Okay.
year. And the last one we had was only actuals through like mid-November, I think.
Right.
So that should help us understand better what the projections forward are.
Recyclables did go up.
Oh, it did, yeah.
So, that's fine. Okay, so we got that.
There's that answer.
Yeah,
We requested a copy of the Form MS1,
right.
Which
and
is,
that we have.
Right, so she sent that.
Yep.
and
That's good.
that's that dollar amount I did read out, and that's where that 832 million number came from. That from, Bill's worksheet thing.
So, and, yeah.
It's page 2, MS1, page 2, towards the bottom.
Yeah.
We have MS1?
Evaluation, line 21A.
Oh, yeah. 809?
It says draft on the front.
No, not that one, this is the MS1.
That's a different one. There's a bunch
This
of
is
different
signatures on the
MS1s.
front.
The one
Oh,
that says-
sorry, it's the
It
one.
says
with signatures.
MS1.
I apologize. That one, not the other ones. There's two others
The
with,
other is MSDTD.
well, there's that one and then there's
There's
737.
MS 737.
And that one might,
But those all go to and speak to the cap calculations. That's where the
okay.
numbers come from
That's
the
what we
cap
did.
calculations. Because the MS are files that go into the Department of Revenue, I believe, every
Correct.
year from the town.
Yeah.
So it is the town's official reported filings back to the state.
Oh.
So those are like the official numbers.
these get put into the town book.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's how all of the official final numbers are recorded. So when you do the calc numbers, that's what you want to pull from, is the official reporting numbers. So that's why those were provided.
And they, yeah, that's what they use for the MS1 is the net valuation number they use to create the percentage.
Yes,
for
the
on the-
pennies per thousand or
Yes.
dollars per thousand or whatever the number is, yes.
Fund balance report.
So I think we got,
We have a form that's tax cap calculations, which we asked for a current tax cap calculation sheet. Looks like this, front and back.
so that's worth noting that the calculation is different, and she talks about it in the methodology she uses in this one is different.
Is that described here?
Yes, that's the law.
Oh, it's on the
It's
back?
2 pages.
So it's back and front. So the law is on the back, which speaks to the fact that it's taxes appropriated from year to year. It is not approved budget, is what she's talking about. So it
Right.
references the RSAs, and then the number she provides on the front of this is how the calculation, I believe she is proposing, should be done. But don't quote me on that. I read all of this very quickly again before the meeting.
I think you'll find in years past, you probably haven't been seeing
I
it
don't
done properly.
think it was done properly in the past. I believe that what she's proposing is the correct methodology.
It's only been done
Just
once,
last year.
right?
Last year was the only other year I've ever did it.
So, total appropriation.
Yeah, the past. Past 1 year.
The past one.
Long, long ago.
I definitely know I need time to sit down and
Yeah, so we
reflect
can-
and math and blah, blah, blah.
What, do you know what the surplus would be? Fund balance voted surplus.
Do you know, Steve, what line are you at, Maggie?
On the, tax copy
Okay,
calculation
this page?
Yes, like the third line down, it says fund
Oh.
balance voted surplus.
If money is taken
200.
out of the fund balance
Right.
to offset the tax cap on a given year, RSA 32.5 or whatever it is very clearly states that it needs to go back into the calculations for the following year.
I think so. I think I had it.
Previous year that was done, because it wasn't this
I
year.
don't know if it wasn't on what we had seen this year, but I can't, the calculation we got from last year was so convoluted, I never actually followed it well. I never felt I truly understood
No,
it. So
no,
this
yeah.
year, I started asking a bunch of questions about it and went and read the RSAs, which is why I know it's 32 colon blah, 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 blah. Because Ellen was gone for a week on vacation and I wanted to figure it out, and all I did was get myself more confused. But I do know that the way that she is showing it here actually aligns better with what I thought it was supposed to be. So I'm interested to see how her math actually works out. But the other big difference in this is you'll notice that warrant articles are part of the calculation.
So that's what just came to our attention. that
That's the big differential as far as I can tell.
Operating budget and warrant articles combined have to meet that 4% cap.
I don't know if that's the way it works, because I think there's a bill in the legislature this year to do the tax cap like that.
Well, I
And
think,
include the warrant articles in the tax cap, so I don't understand why
So,
we'd have a bill to
we'll
do
all
that
have
if
to
that
read
wasn't
it
the way to
and-
do it.
we'll all have to read it and try to understand it, but I can tell you that it's based on that 32.5, and it's that the line is said, that it is supposed to be, where is it? It's in here and I just lost it. Cap, fixed dollar, no, doop, doop, doop. It is a limit on annual increases in the amount of local taxes in the local taxes to be raised. No, that's not right. Where was it? I don't know. I gotta go back through and reread it when it's not this late at night. But if you go back and reread 32.5, it states that the cap is applied to local taxes to be raised.
Yeah, but I
And
think
that-
I think the thing is that it was unclear whether it included the warrant articles or not, and I think that maybe that was just a gap in the law where it wasn't clear, and I guess it was
Maybe
up to
there
the
was some
towns, and
interpretation then.
Yeah.
So the way I read it is, if you're voting on a budget and you're voting on warrants, all of that's coming out of your taxation, right?
but we don't know which warrants are gonna pass or not, so you'd have to do the maximum number.
That's what you have to, well, what it is that the budget committee cannot propose to accept more than that, so the budget committee could actually vote against warrants that are increased over that.
That doesn't make sense to me. Our recommendation, we're not voting whether or not the warrant articles pass or not, we're just voting our recommendations on.
Exactly, that's what
But
I'm
we
saying.
would
So we would-
recommend
And
that
that-
we
what
don't
would-
accept something that's gonna violate the tax
So
cap.
basically,
That's
that's
my
saying.
understanding, but we
so-
all have to read this and figure it out
Alright,
ourselves.
so if that's the understanding, basically it's saying that we're gonna have to vote no on every warrant article. Other than.
I don't think that's how it works.
No, because if you take last year's warrant articles,
Because
Plus
last
the-
year's would be included as well
plus
in
including,
this calculation.
yeah,
Okay.
and then you roll that forward. So I think in my mind, it's
So we're
more
gonna have,
transparent so that you don't pull stuff out of the budget and. compare it
unfortunately, we're gonna have to do
once.
the same thing the school did and use some of the,
Well, but here's where this gets really tricky, if you're talking about, yes, in a year to year, most of the, if you add up all the warrants from the previous year, generally it should match out to what you're gonna do the next year, except would a bond not count? Or like a large,
Exactly.
if we have to do a culvert in 2 years for $1 million, you could never do that because it would exceed the 4%
Yeah.
tax levy.
Well, no, because a bond has a life to it. A bond has a 10, 15, 20-year life. So the tax implications are on an annual basis.
So, Owen,
Repaying
here's,
a bond
Owen, how about
annual
this? When I read the tax cap law, and forgive me if I misquoted, but I think what it says is that the legislative body or the budget committee, if it exists, cannot recommend a budget or cannot present a budget that exceeds this amount of taxation, right? It doesn't say anything about warrant articles, and the warrant articles aren't part of the budget. The budget is separate from the warrant
doesn't say
articles.
budget.
I think it does. I think it
Budget
does.
committee's
Yeah.
proposed
Budget,
Yeah.
budget certified
Right
here.
body.
Oh, hold on, let me,
Fourth line down in the.
this isn't actually the RSA.
No, but the
This is a
RSA, I
summary
think
of
it
the
says
RSA.
a
That's why
budget.
I'm trying to pull up the
But
RSA
budget
right now,
could
just so I
include
can,
warrant
I'll just read it and it'll be easier.
The words warrant article don't appear in that.
Estimated
No, I
amount
would
of
agree.
local taxes and the governing bodies or budget committee's proposed budget.
Yeah, and the warrant articles aren't in part of the budget, so.
So this reads 32:5B, local tax cap. In a town or district that has adopted this section, the estimated amount of local taxes to be raised for the fiscal year as shown on the budget certified by the governing body or the budget committee and posted with the warrant for the annual meeting pursuant to RSA 32.5 shall not exceed the local taxes raised for the prior year as shown on the same budget and adjusted as provided in paragraph 1A by more than the tax cap authorized when this section was adopted. So the question is, as shown on the budget certified by the governing body, does that only mean the operating budget? Or
Yeah.
does that mean operating budget plus warrants?
The warrants don't appear on the budget.
But just like
I would say
we just
the
shared with the
budget
school, it does
is
go into the budget because you expend out of your
So,
budget.
It depends, so if you look
So it's how
at.
do you define budget? And I went back through and I tried to find how they defined budget, and that just had to do with the annual expenditures. So when I went through and reread you gotta read, Steve.
I know, that's what I said, it's.
I'm making your eyes roll back there. But
So
I
the
think when I read
school is
budget, it
just
doesn't
about
mean operating budget, it means in my mind, the way I read it, and again, everybody else, please reread this, because we're all learning and figuring this out
I think we had this discussion 2 or 3 years ago when this started.
It's very possible, I wasn't here that long ago, so
All
I might
right,
have missed
so
it.
I have a comment. MS 737.
Yes.
Proposed budget.
Yep.
First section or whatever section it is, appropriations. Right? Then there is the special warrant article section, starting on page 7. So, if this is technically the budget, it includes both. And that's the problem, these words are hard.
So is an operating budget the same as a budget? And I think
Or-
that's,
Right, is it operating budget, or is it appropriations and warrant articles?
and I wonder if that thing before the legislature is better, more clearly defining what the word budget was intended to mean. If
And
that's
I-
where it's talking about
because-
warrants is too,
This has
as
the
well.
revenues in it as
Well-
well.
No?
So,
Which all comes into it because the proposal that rolls forward, you have to account for the revenues too.
Budget summary.
That's why we can't,
Page 12.
we all, including myself, just got this
Yeah, you guys.
before I went home.
Tuesday or whatever, or today?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I was confusing the RSA wording for the prescribed wording in the RSA for the question on the petition for the warrant article, which says, shall we implement a tax cap whereby the governing body or budget committee shall not submit a recommended budget that increases the amount to be raised by local taxes, blah, 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 blah. right? So that's what we passed. That's the one that we did.
Yeah, but again, that comes back to, does budget mean operating budget, or does budget mean operating budget plus warrant?
So what do we submit to the state? We submit the.
This
Yeah.
document.
Does that have the warrant articles in it?
Yes.
Oh, well, that
Budget-
confuses it,
budget
doesn't
summary.
it?
That's what I'm saying. All of this is as clear as mud. I've been looking at it for
So I think that's why
2
there's
weeks,
a,
and my
that's why
head
there's a
is still
bill.
freaking spinning.
It calls this the proposed budget, which includes all the warrants.
Yeah.
So
So
that's why it has to be raised by.
I would say,
What is
in-
this last year's? I didn't even look.
Yeah.
I would say, given the confusion, we just do what we did the last few years, which is it's on the budget.
And that is the other thing too, is if you read through, and I read a bunch, I was reading through the NHMA, they had a slide deck online for a seminar they must give on this or whatever, and I was reading through it, and it mentions in there that this is self-governed. There are no penalties prescribed in 32.5 as what happens when you don't follow it. So what that means by default in state law apparently is that it is determined on the town level.
Right, which would be,
Us.
we would determine here.
Us
how-
and,
And, yeah, we
Selectmen
kind of
probably.
did that 2 or 3 years ago when we
Which is why
figured out
we
what we
had
were gonna
that-
make count.
That's why we had that original calculation, which is what we had determined. It was operating budget only was
Yeah.
our initial thing that we were working on.
Because we would have had to
I
put
think
the
I
warrant
agree with-
articles on that the
And that's
first
what-
year.
I think I
That's
agree
what
with
Chris-
Owen, because if you look at this, we're gonna have an estimated amount of taxes to be raised, and it's gonna be based on what warrant articles we recommend or not.
That was always my interpretation, but again, I mean, obviously, if it's back before the legislature, there's gotta be somebody who was asking a lot of questions, if it's worth clarifying.
Well, I just
Probably
saw,
more than one somebody.
I just saw another proposed bill for it where they provide an option to, instead of just, because you can do it as a percentage or you can do it as a fixed number of
Yeah.
limit.
Yeah.
There's a proposal in here to do it with the it's a whole formula with population growth and CPI in there.
Oh, that's a
Yeah, that's an
complicated
interesting one.
There's
So-
only like 3 other towns that have this too.
Who's
One.
determining?
Yeah,
I think
the
we're one of
cities,
two,
the
right?
cities are most of
There's
it have
tons
it.
of cities that have
Yeah.
them, like Manchester has it, and it averages the last 3 years CPIs. I know because I was just given that budget figure today.
How do they have that?
It's over the last 3 years, they do the CPI, they average it over the last 3 years, it's the running average, and then that's what the budget can go by.
But how did that get
Look at
put
the
on the
revenues
petition?
they
Because the
generate.
petition has, the
Yeah.
petition for the warrant
It's a
article has, it
Warrant articles
says.
apply to towns, not
Yeah, it's a
cities.
city.
Oh.
City budgets
It's a
are,
town.
city
Whole
governance,
nother thing.
totally different.
No,
than
no, I
town
mean, when they
governance.
enacted it, when you enact it, you have to choose
Then they
either a
have-
fixed percent or a,
But they
But they're a
don't
city.
vote like warrants, it's a city.
It's
So
a city,
a whole
it's
different-
enacted through a completely different form
Oh.
of legislation. Yeah,
Okay.
city law and
Further
town law are
complicated
different.
things.
all right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very different,
completely
yeah.
different.
Yeah,
Yeah, cities
and I only
have-
learned
That's
that
weird
2
that
weeks
they
ago when I
have
went and asked
A department
my
of the city.
finance officer to explain this to me, and she goes, I can't.
Could be a city, right?
City of Nottingham.
Oh, I learn even more, all right.
Well, they have cities in Maine that have got fewer people than this.
And it's, yeah, city versus town only means it's how the government is set up. That's all that a city versus a town means.
We need a mayor.
Not mayor.
Opposite.
Sounds like somebody's petitioning to be mayor. Anyway, okay. Obviously, I'm super punchy at this
So
point.
we need to
Done
decide,
nothing but make jokes, so
we need to
sorry.
decide in the next short while how we're going to settle our budget and recommendations. So I think that we have a snow day for either hearing was Tuesday. It was snowing last Tuesday.
Yeah, but we can't, we had the hearing, so we can't say.
Yeah, we were trying to find loopholes.
But everyone left because of the snow.
Yeah.
I go with your thought.
But we didn't actually
It's
meet
snowing
our
once.
legal obligation of presenting all the different portions of the
true,
budget.
yeah.
So,
That,
Yeah, we did.
and we did.
We didn't
We
talk about the
actually
default.
did.
Yeah, we did.
We read a number off of an
We
email.
read, we
Oh,
read
yeah.
stuff, we
Which was last
presented,
year's
we
budget.
presented what we had.
Not really the default.
So we presented everything to the best of our ability. We
So
have
does
we
that
have
meet
the
our
ability-
obligation?
I think it
I
does.
believe we
Oh,
met our
okay.
obligation.
oh, sweet, well, that's way better.
And we
Unless
have
you
the-
change
Because
things.
who will know?
Well,
the
unless we
difference?
change.
Which, like, how we calculate the tax cap.
Unless we change wording and stuff, we can
But
make some,
was the default even right?
I wouldn't count on it.
So if the default wasn't right, then that counts as a change, right?
if the default's
Yeah,
not.
minus 40.
The default was not.
Yeah,
but
Default was
that-
last year's budget minus 40, right?
But that still is not our budget, and we only present that because it's an item.
Well-
It's not our obligation.
If you read the email from Ellen, she
I'm trying to, but.
She kind of points out we might need another one. So the question is gonna be, if we do need one, when can we hold it? Because we can't get 7 days.
We can't.
Maybe
We can't.
come
We can't
here.
hold one.
So whatever we have to do cannot, extend beyond our purview, because we already had our hearing.
Right, and we had a hearing and we can't have another one in the period of time.
So what we need to do is we need to sign off on the default budget that we haven't seen, like a current copy of the default budget. We need to sign off on.
Well, we don't have to
tax
sign
cap.
off on the default budget
We
at
just
all.
have to,
Meg,
We got an amended one.
okay.
Accept that.
Don't be such a
We're gonna
stickler.
accept the amended
Right,
default
we-
budget.
because it's not ours anyway.
actually, Meg, do you have that worksheet in front of you with all the dates on it again?
Right here. Well,
the one-
this is
Sorry, not
different.
that
This
one.
is the, like, the official
The
RSA's
official
about it?
RSA one?
Yeah.
That's Sue.
It's on the internet.
Yeah.
Because Tuesday, January 16th is the last day to hold at least one budget hearing.
Right.
It does
And
not
that's
say
the
that is the
public
last day
hearing.
to hold any budget hearing.
Any budget here.
It says at least one.
Yeah, but then you can't have anything after that, so. You can
The
have
last
more than one, but you can't have, they have to be all done by that day.
And it's too late
You
to
have-
I'd have to go back and read the RSA
You
to
have
make
to have,
sure.
well, the way, yeah, you have to have at least
Enough
one, and it
notice
has to be
time.
done by then.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to,
That's from Dred, so. it's
So
not-
my suggestion, let's do Thursday unless you find out we need it sooner, at which point you can email us all.
when is the BOS meeting next week?
Well, we just got that notice today, so I haven't really we're gonna meet on a morning, probably Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday type thing,
So it sounds like it would be best for us to meet Thursday.
I think.
And what we have to do is we have to make a note of the amended default budget, because the number that we had is being amended.
Yeah,
We need to make a note of the amended tax cap number,
that's fine.
right?
Okay.
We need to,
'Cause that's not really part of the hearing
Right.
specifically, but.
we need to do our recommendations on the budget and the warrants.
Right, that's past the hearing anyway, so.
Warrants. Now, the warrants can only change very little, right? Because the library one, I got a couple emails from
You
Jen.
can change wording.
But
For
not,
like clarification,
For
but you can't
clarification.
change numbers or
but
intent.
not
Right.
the intent.
So the wording will need to be changed at the very least on the library
Which
warrant.
it has to go through legal anyways,
Okay.
so at that point, they'll change all the wording to make sure it reads right.
We'll probably
That
want to
it's
see that on,
Implication,
I didn't get that back.
Information.
That should have been
last
done
week.
before.
Right.
Should have gotten that for you.
it should have,
Yeah.
I can't
And
argue with that.
I think Ellen also agrees with that in the
Let's
email.
make sure Mike emails
I
that.
think we were all cut a little
That's what I
flat-footed.
think. yeah.
And that will amend the default budget. We approve of the tax cap number calculations, do our recommendations for the budget and the warrant.
And I would say,
And the amended, revenue.
Right.
So the
right.
form that we have now is the,
Right, so
amended
we
version.
presented what we had.
Yep.
We can make adjustments, we're allowed to do that.
Okay,
So we got new information.
right.
and we're still as public and transparent as we can possibly be about the process. I mean, what's gonna happen? Someone's gonna sue us and say we gotta make more days in the calendar? I don't know if there's
I mean,
much else
it's
we could
like-
do.
Well, it's basically the same thing as looking at the budget, because we have a hearing,
Yes, we do.
we listen to feedback,
And then we,
then we make our changes, and
Right.
then we have deliberative session.
right, 'cause we're
And
still
they
able
can
to
make
make
whatever
changes.
changes they want
Right.
to.
And then the
Then-
town still
then it
all has the
becomes
vote. I feel way better
town's
about this now.
budget.
Okay, cool. Thank you all. I feel better.
So,
So I think we're good.
yeah, I think we're fine, I think we met everything we had to for our hearing.
Good, good.
So we'll just try and I'll do my very best to have all our ducks in a row for Thursday. So it sounds like we don't need to meet Tuesday?
No, so
No.
just Thursday next week, we'll do the school,
We
we'll
might
do the
be
town.
voting no on that one warrant article.
Mike?
For the parking lot, though.
Yeah, because Monday's a holiday,
Right, Monday's a holiday,
so you're not gonna,
yeah.
So we're saying no
We
to
might ha- we-
Tuesday?
We might have to, yeah, we're saying no. to Tuesday.
Me
We
neither.
might have to- We might have to vote no on
Yeah.
that article because it's written.
I gotta go to work even though nobody in my shipping companies are working. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I'll answer the
Tell
phone.
me the packet of information for
Yes, I will have
Tuesday.
this this whole
Is it
thing.
all-
From Tuesday, she wasn't here.
From last Tuesday.
Last Tuesday.
Yes.
Here's my MS1.
Tuesday of this week that I didn't count. I didn't get any of the.
I was like, oh, I'm not gonna need this.
It's like one document, so.
It was not exciting. So what we have today, I'll email again, and this is the most current
Did you
document that we're
give,
working
did you
on.
give us stuff on Tuesday that I didn't get?
I don't.
We got an updated budget.
There should be the updated proposed budget.
Budget with the big, like a big wide one.
I'll- I'll-
And I
Okay,
think
never
that's-
mind that.
Might have been the only thing.
The warrant articles and things?
Tuesday.
Oh, and the
Yes,
warrants,
the
the
warrants.
warrants.
Then the
Yes.
warrants I need, warrants that I don't have. I can bounce off the other budget.
Okay.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
warrants is what I want to see.
Yeah. Should have those.
I didn't get emails.
All right, I think Ellen's working tomorrow. I'm working on it. I'll do what I can to get it to you over the weekend.
Okay,
Okay. I'll try, but that basically means tomorrow.
okay,
I'll see if I can get it, and then try and send all this stuff out on Saturday.
So
Okay.
where are we on the tax cap discussion? Are we asking Ellen to do something different? Or,
Well, we have the old numbers and we have the new, right?
Because she handed us, oh, she did hand us in person, those
Yeah.
other two things.
I
So
feel
the
like,
balance is newer, but she handed us a newer one, but was different from what was on the budget.
I feel like
Yes.
we should write our own tax cap calculations, honestly. I think, no, I really think we do, because we've worked with it a couple of years.
And then it's just established.
It'd be interesting to see too, we should keep an eye out what the Board of Selectmen does with the tax cap and how their conversations go too, because those will be very informative to us. So I'm sure that'll be Ellen and all five of you sitting down and discussing it, so.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
On that notion, we good?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I can't even talk.
I second.
Second by Brent. Motion by John Decker.
All in favor?
Aye. Everybody 10-0-0, let the record stand, it is time to go home.